As I said, we have a packed schedule starting with intellectual property and innovation, emerging economies and global standards. This is a topic very close to Carnegie India's heart and mine, and in our research program. The man you see here, fellow of Carnegie India, Ananth Padmanabhan, who's been pretty much the core of this tech summit. He's a low-key guy, but trust me, he's driving all the content. You'll finally get to listen to him. But Ananth is the one who's been driving all the ideas, all the kind of issues that we need to debate here. And if there's one reason why you see such a rich balance of people, it's thanks to Ananth for putting this together. Before I call him on stage and his special guest, just a reminder, after Anand's session at 2:30 or so, 2:30, 2:35, we'll have Nandan Nilekani speak about the cashless economy. The topic is Road to the Cashless Economy, how government, regulation, technology, and markets come together. That will be followed by what I am calling a heavy-duty panel on borders and innovation, balancing the internal and external. That will be chaired by Mohandas Pai, and the panelists are Anand Rangarajan, Head of Engineering, Google, Bhavish Aggarwal, co-founder of Ola, Navneet Kapoor, MD of Target India, and Sachin Bansal, Executive Chairman and co-founder of Flipkart. That will be followed by the Minister of IT, Priyank Kharge, and then a special address by the Minister of Science, Technology and Space of Israel, Ophir Akunis. And then the wrap-up session at 5:15, India Rising from Tech Isolation to Global Partnerships. Our Director Raja Mohan will chair that with Ashley Tellis, our senior colleague who's flown in from Washington, DC, from Carnegie Endowment. We have Vijay Chandru, who heads the Foreign Affairs Cell in the Bharatiya Janata Party, who's also here with us. Ulf Pettersson, a director of the CIP, Center for Intellectual and Property at the University of Gothenburg, who will be joining us before I, Raja, and RK kind of give a concluding overview. So without wasting much time, Ananth, as you walk up, can we just play the stinger on intellectual property and innovation, emerging economies, and global standards? Ananth.
Thanks, everyone. I know it's tough really to retain interest immediately after lunch, but I'm sure we have a very distinguished set of panelists here. There's Dr. Madhusudan right next to me, Dr. Chandru, and then Sarv Saravanan. They need no introduction. We have the intros anyway in the bio, so I'll just quickly cut to the chase. So the topic here is intellectual property and innovation, and I would request you to look at it as two different things altogether. There's intellectual property at one side, there is innovation on the other. In some situations they are connected, in some cases they work against each other, and in some cases they are pretty irrelevant to each other. So we have to parse through each of these scenarios, and I hope today we can have a lively discussion going which gets us to see these different perspectives. Before I get to the panelists, Sarv will be beginning with his insights on innovation and IP. I would just like to mention a recent story in the Indian IP context. Most of you here are familiar with the Delhi University photocopying case. To those of you who are not, basically there was this one small photocopying service being run right outside the Delhi University campus. And they were the authorized photocopying service with Delhi University, and they used to make course books for students. And recently the Delhi High Court, the single judge of the Delhi High Court came out with a verdict that what the photocopier does on behalf of the students is as an agent of the university, and therefore it amounts to fair use in copyright law, and as a result, there is no license that you need to take from academic publishers. The consequence of that could arguably be that it makes academic publishing very difficult in India as a sustainable business model. The same fair use doctrine, same copyright law, but different set of judges. Let's go to the US just a year back, the Google Books litigation. So Google Books has this fantastic project going on with separate universities. They're tied up with different universities, including University of Michigan and so on. And they photocopy these books and make available snippets for free viewing. And then beyond that, if you want to access it, they give you opportunity to buy the book online. So to create this whole database, they have obviously reproduced the entire library collection in different universities. And obviously the Authors Guild got upset with that, sued Google Books. Same fair use doctrine used by American Circuit Court, now pending for the US Supreme Court, I believe, and to hold that that amounts to fair use. But the outcome is drastically different because you're creating an entire business model using the fair use doctrine. An alternate business model which is signaling towards digital use of books. So as you can see, the relationship is pretty complex. You're using the same fair use doctrine in one context to perpetrate in one sense what you may call jugaad innovation or a jugaad solution which exists in India, and in a different context to push forth a completely transformative business model which is put forth by Google out there to enhance access. So with just that preliminary thought, I go to Sarv. Sarv works with Dell EMC. He's been part of the foundation for EMC right from the beginning. And he's got some pretty interesting views on why we constantly say India is not moving up the value chain, and whether that is entirely true. Is there a branding problem and so on? So over to Sarv. Sarv, we would like to hear your thoughts on that.
Thanks, Anand. For the last couple of days, yesterday and today, we heard a lot about what do we as a country aspire, not just last couple of days, but also over the years, last couple of years, we have been hearing about the government speaking about what should be our aspiration. And if you look at that, first one is how do we become a technology or knowledge as a differentiator for our country at the global stage. And then we also talked about yesterday in the kickoff session, Mr. Jaishankar talked about the digital India, or whatever we have done experience with Aadhaar and the India Stack, and proving that recent examples proving our capability, what we can do to solve, and that becoming solve large problems, that becoming our soft diplomatic tool, if you will. And then also there was an aspiration many have shared over the past couple of years. How do we move from the service-led brand to innovation or product-led brand? Well, that is the aspiration. The next question is, can we really make it happen? And the indicators are there. Yes, it can happen. One, first and foremost, the disruption that has happened in the technology space, thanks to cloud, big data, mobility, and whatnot, and also whatever has been only happening in the lab, AI, machine learning, all of that getting more consumerized and commercialized. I think and also the cost of transaction, therefore, coming down with wider adoption, it's there. The foundation is there. And then if you look at India as a country, there is huge amount of problems. It's ripe with a lot of problems for innovation that we can go after and solve, thanks to the first one that I said, technology-led innovation solving bigger problems that we couldn't think about even solving. And the third thing is, if you think about skill base, there was also a concern, while the foundation is there was a concern about yesterday, Mr. Jaishankar also talked about, while we can have the access to skills, areas like fast train and nuclear reactor, we have a problem, or we don't have the ability to build capability to take the access to the next level through research and innovation for wider adoption within the country. But the fact is that the base is there, right? And then also at the government level, enough message is coming that the government is interested in bridging the gap, open to changing policies, and also thinking about incentives to drive all of that. So can we make it happen? Yes. Given all of this, there is a possibility that we can make it happen. But if you look at the ground reality, when I look at the ground reality, I look at the data, right? If you look at the Global Innovation Index as a data point, we score 66th position. Whereas our immediate competitor, who we compare against, China, is at 25, and the other Western countries are in the top slot, as you would imagine. And this is AT Carnegie's report. We have been hovering around that place for a very long time. And if you look at the patent filing in India, there are about 6,000 in the recent time, in 2015, 6,000 patents have been granted in the country. And if you look at who are the major contributors to that, the top 10, if you look at, many of them are multinationals. There's only one Indian entity that you can find in the top 10, which is CSIR Labs. And the next comes IIT collectively, all the IITs put together collectively. So as you can see here, there is a trend that you're seeing. The R&D or innovation is not private sector led, even in the domestic. And ones that are happening are filings from outside. And particularly the one, if you look at the companies that are in the top 10, they are mostly interested in the consumer market in India, Samsungs or the Qualcomms or the Sonys of the world. And if you look at the same thing, patents that are being filed from India outside, for example, USPTO, and about, I think India, the last report was about, from India is about 3,400 or something like that. And from Israel about 3,800, and China is about 9,000. And from outside of the US, Japan and Germany continue to score the top 2 slots. And if you look at who is filing those patents from India, it's not that innovation is not happening. Yes, we have we have miles to go, but it's not that innovation not happening. Somebody is filing those patents, right? Who is that? If you look at that, it's all filed by the R&D or product development centers of the multinationals. Okay? So yet, the brand of India is service-led. We haven't really leveraged this ecosystem that we have to build the brand for us or change the perception. Okay? So how do we change that? I think we need to separate, a lot of the work that the R&D centers or the product development centers the multinationals are doing here are still governed by the service-led paradigm. Or, whenever I speak to a journalist, the question that comes to is how many people are you going to hire? Which is, again, the service paradigm, right? And they're not interested in what we do here, right? And also, one is that, and the other is also the concern that a lot of us have from that background is, can we really talk about what we're doing? Will the taxman come and knock the door next day? Because our incentive system is not in tune with that. I get more incentive as I have more people, not because I innovate, not because I file more patents. I think we need to change that. We need to detach the R&D, the product development entities from the service-led paradigm. And we need to create a different incentive structure. And as I talk about incentives, that'll help us build the brand. This is low-hanging fruit for us. We don't have to go do a lot of different things to change the perception. I draw some examples. I'm really influenced by, I think our country partner is Israel. I know we do a lot of stuff there in Israel. And my colleague, my counterpart in Israel is the former chief scientist of Israel, so I know a bit of 2 more there. And what they're doing is, the incentive for multinationals is based on the work that they do, the kind of work that they do. And there is a lot of encouragement to localize IP. And if you, IP-led revenue, if you do IP-led revenue from out of Israel, the tax rate could be as low as single digit. Talking about the capital intensive ones, they do have, Intel kind of organization gain a lot hugely with the kind of investment that they did. The kind of incentives that Israel gave was as high as 30% of the investment. And in this kind of IP-led industry, they are willing to give as low as, charge as low as single-digit tax. That's how they incentivize. And if you it's a low-hanging, if you change that, think about there are about 1,000 R&D, almost 1,000 or plus 1,000, plus or minus, 1,000 R&D and product development centers in India, filing thousands of patents from here. And there's a lot of amount of innovation work happening. Instead of bunching them up with service companies, if you can detach and showcase them and give them incentives and allow them to talk about it, think about where the brand will be. It's already happening there, it's just that we don't talk about it. Okay? That's one. The second thing is creating a symbiotic relationship between these multinational entities and the startup ecosystem here. And they are not together now. The individual companies do their own stuff with accelerators and incubators, but at a policy level, we're not bringing them together. And that symbiotic relationship is very, very important because the innovation capacity or the product development capability is with these companies. That's important for our startups to take advantage of and learn from and grow. And that's what Israel has done. They have done, they've worked on creating that relationship, and that is important for them to supply skills to the startups. And in the short term, it may not be possible, given these folks can hire and pay more salary, but in the long run, that has an ecosystem that creates the capability needed for the market. For example, even in the case of some of the success stories that we're talking about, Aadhaar, for example, the folks that built Aadhaar, where did they come from? These companies, right? And even my own colleagues from my previous company, Microsoft and here, many of them have gone out to start their own companies, technology companies, and here in this local ecosystem. And also these folks can drive a lot of investments too. And also, one of the capabilities that we're missing in our startup ecosystem is it's not just the ability to build deep technical products, but also the go-to-market capability. These folks can bring that as we bring this, as we build this relationship, symbiotic relationship. And if you take the case of Israel, and we have, in my own time within this company, in the last 6-7 years, we have bought so many technology companies. And as late as the 4 years, we bought a company which did not even have $1 of revenue, but in the last 4 years, we got about, because of the kind of innovation, disruptive product it is, we built, and we bought that company, we built a $2 billion business out of it, because the go-to-market reach that we had. That's the kind of relationship you can build between MNCs and startup ecosystem. Yeah, I think that's something that we need to take advantage of. And the last one is looking at the governments are talking about state as well as central, what they're doing to promote startups. There are funding type conversations that have happened as well. But if you look at the recent, I think there's a policy document that is being circulated now for software product
national software policy. Yes.
National software product policy to promote software, local software companies. It lacks clarity. There's a lot of English in it. Lot of English, but it lacks clarity. It's not, it lacks clarity in the sense, what is that we are really trying to achieve? But how are we going to, forget about that, how are we going to achieve that as well? And also, I see some nationalistic sentiments there as well. And you cannot innovate without being inclusive. Funding is for Indian nationals. Right?
That's interesting.
Those sort of, I don't think we can innovate, we can become a knowledge-oriented economy by, not being inclusive. It doesn't matter who, who is starting or who has an idea, as long as it develops the ecosystem and creates capabilities, it helps us promote high-tech oriented export revenue. Who's the one, how does it matter who the owner is, right? So right. I think we need to influence those sort of things as part of the policy. And I like the idea of the YOSMA model in Israel as well, the fund of funds. And venture capitalists will go after the low-hanging fruits, whatever is going to give them the short-term benefits, leave that aside. But these kind of government funds should be targeted at the long-range, high-risk-oriented innovation that is important for the long-term success of the country, right? And I think that has to be influenced as part of policy. And there, again, we can be very inclusive. The multinationals can have long-term view about those sort of things. It has to be open, innovation-oriented, with matching grants from the government. Doesn't matter who has the idea, as long as it benefits. The origin should not be an issue. With that, back to you.
Thanks, sir. So there are a lot of interesting points there, but I'd pick on the last one that you mentioned, open innovation, and I'll go to Madhu. Madhu, I would like to hear your thoughts about Jugaad innovation versus open innovation, because we keep getting, hit all the time saying, oh, this is all just frugal innovation, Jugaad innovation. But some of the recent initiatives, especially in the software field, whether it's creating platforms like India Stack, or India's distinctive view that no software patents, right? All of this can lead to a vibrant open innovation model. But the big question is, are we doing enough in that direction? And where can we improve? And what's currently going on?
See, the whole problem with innovation is, first, the concept of innovation has got hijacked by the CFOs, as it were. So it has become all about money and valuation. So that's like saying the worth of a man or a woman is only by their physical attributes. and the inner substance of a human being doesn't matter. That's the perspective with which we have started looking at innovation. So the same concepts that get applied to the modeling industry is what is happening to the VC industry. So a startup gets valued by its 5 patents, irrespective of whether its founders can actually build a company, how the products get built and stuff. So we have a completely skewed perspective on innovation. Patents are a means to an end, right? The concern here is about how do we innovate? How do we get people to innovate? How do we recognize innovation? How do we motivate innovation? It can be done through monetary means. It can be done through non-monetary means. Typically what I've seen is 2 things happen. In a new field, either patents don't get filed, a lot of innovation happens, then the industry matures, then right from the board of directors and the shareholders demand returns, companies start filing patents, trying to squeeze the last drop of blood and cut innovation. So in the software industry, you'll see an inverse relationship between innovation and the number of patents filed. If you take a look at the 60s and 70s and early 80s when innovation was at its maximum in the software industry, everything we do today kind of got clarified back in those days. So incrementalism gets reduced to patent filing. But in other cases, classic example is 3D printers. When people came with the idea, they all filed patents, the industry died. The instant all patents expired, which happened sometime beginning of last year, the industry ballooned. So the industry really took off after the patents expired, right? So it works both ways. So talking about innovation and talking about patents and putting patents first is putting the cart before the horse. Typically, in the software tech industry, it may not be readily apparent. Most of the innovation actually comes from the government sector. Even in the US, if you take a look at it, most of Linux, Unix came from UC Berkeley. All your compilers, a lot of the stack stuff that you talk came out of MIT. OpenStack came from NASA, right? My estimate is about 80-85% of what we do comes either directly from government-funded universities or from conglomerates partly funded by the government. Very little comes out of the private sector per se. Interestingly, I used to work out of in a large startup out of next to UC Berkeley. The software innovation would come far more from UC Berkeley than from Stanford. And I asked the Berkeley guys, I said, look, we come up with an idea, we kind of mature it, we make it open source, we let it out, it becomes innovation. The instant the Stanford guys get an idea, they run to the VC, get it patented, and nobody knows anything about it, right? It's said in jest, there's a bit of a...
that's a pretty dim view of patents.
Patents. It's a Berkeley versus Stanford thing. But there's a kernel of truth in there. In the software technology industry, platforms are critical. And platforms are kind of like the new commons. Just like the commons was shared among everybody in the olden days, and hence the word commons. Software infrastructure is the new digital commons. So locking up the commons is like locking up a river or a beachfront or the roads to somebody with money, somebody who's filed a patent and stuff. So there has to be a clear policy initiative of having the commons open to everybody, and innovation to a degree, even if you want patents to be filed, a bit on top of that. So that policy judgment has to be made by the government. And technology is really not very amenable to be controlled by law. So you can't have a single patent policy or an innovation policy in a blanket. As Sarv pointed out, there's a nice, well-meaning statement from the government on the policy. But that's like asking for world peace or India making peace with Pakistan and getting rid of cancer and stuff. Right. Wonderful sentiments, but it means nothing. And you need to have specific policies for each vertical. Drugs, pharma need specific concrete policies. Software does not need a policy, very frankly. It's best left on its own. It's done wonderfully on its own. Semiconductor needs a specific policy. Mechanical engineering needs separate policy. Material science needs. Because each has got separate innovation thresholds. Each has got incumbents. Each has got monopolies. See, patent policy is a means to an end. A grant of a patent is not a constitutional right. It is basically a policy weapon in the hands of the government, which should manipulate it with the skill of a surgeon to ensure that particular field grows. So the policy, while it need not be ad hoc, can be dramatically different from area to area. So having a broad innovation policy is highly counterproductive because you're just saying all diseases can be cured with one drug. No, it cannot be.
That's a nice segue to actually go to Dr.
Yeah,
Chandru.
exactly.
Because Dr. Chandru, you have the unique distinction of one, being a faculty in a university and transitioning to being an innovator full time. The second distinction is that of doing something as diverse as Simputer, which is tablet-based innovation, and then Strand Life Sciences, which is a completely different domain. And as Madhu pointed out now, the specificities of the domain matter a lot when it comes to the kind of incentive mechanism for innovators. Could you shed some light on both these innovations that you spearheaded and the different approaches to technology transfer, licensing, and so on?
Sure. Thank you, Ananth. Very happy to be here. Just to go back to the whole idea of university-driven innovation, I think Madhu already alluded to that at Berkeley and so on. Last year, I was at Invest USA, and Eric Schmidt was asked, why is it that the US is such an innovation powerhouse? And he basically said it's the higher educational system and the investments we've made in that, and the fact that somebody like Vannevar Bush after World War II essentially laid out the vision, right? And that's a wonderful paper to go and read, Science: The Endless Frontier. And that's how NSF was started and so on, right? And that's something that you live and breathe in the US if you're a research professor, particularly in the sciences and technology. And I grew up in that environment. I went to MIT, so it was essentially that kind of culture there. And so when I came back and in India, Ratan Tata came to IISc and said, why isn't there, spin-off industry? This was in 1998. So a few of us said, sure, we're ready to start. What's the policy? There was no policy, but the director said, I'll appoint a committee. So the four of us, sort of said, we'll be the guinea pigs. And so we went forward with that process. And as you pointed out, the Simputer, was the first innovation to come out of our labs, and it still works. Huh? It's now, as Madhu was pointing out, I think basically in IT, the thought process at that time was to think about open innovation, open source. And so this was completely built on an open platform. The open platform, well, there's a Linux kernel that drives this, so it was actually using open source. And in addition, there was, we really wanted to make it open source hardware. And there was no equivalent license to the GPL for open source hardware, so we used Rahul Mathan to actually come up with SGPL, the Simputer General Public License.
Right.
And of course, the Free Software Foundation didn't like what we were doing, but that's the little infighting that happens within the open source community. But this device actually has a completely published motherboard with all details, so anybody can pick that up and build one of these devices, right? And it includes Indian language technologies. It speaks in Indian languages. So all of this was built in 2000, 2001. We had the prototypes ready and so on. So that's an open source model. This went on to evolve into GeoAmida, which was used in the Aadhaar project as some of the micro ATMs. So about 40, 50,000 pieces were built. It actually evolved a fair amount. The second, and then as you pointed out, also switch into life sciences, right? So first into life sciences and then into healthcare. So to give you a little anecdote there, I think in the life sciences, we were very interested in silico drug discovery work, right? And we actually developed the world's first virtual liver. So actually, a mathematical or quantitative systems biology model which actually replicated the dynamics of pharmacodynamics in the liver. And then, we actually had to also add some laboratory tests to go with it. So it was an in vitro, in silico, as the lingo goes, combination that gave in vivo predictions of toxicity in the liver, right? And so drug toxicity in the liver is a huge issue in drug discovery. And, but, again, to think about it, it's not enough to just come up with this technology and patent it. We had an USPTO and a prosecuted patent for the European, for EU, but you actually had to do the proof of concept and show that it worked, right? So it was only after we worked with about 4 drug companies and including Indian companies and international pharmaceutical companies and some chemical companies that were, cosmetics and paints, all of these are, you have to worry about toxicity. So once we had done that, then Syngene showed an interest, and it has now been, the entire IP and the team have been moved to Syngene to take it forward as in a contract research environment. So the lesson there was, certainly in life sciences you want to patent, because I think that is the culture there. But in addition to patenting, you really have to do the initial translational work to show the proof of concept, because otherwise the patent as a piece of paper, very rarely has value, right? And the third example I'll just give is that is what we do at Strand Life Sciences today, which is essentially an enormous amount of IP, which is, we call the internal stack Ramanujan, right? It's India's answer to Watson, right? So it's essentially interpretation of genomic variants and what it means clinically. And so there's a technology stack that's been built there, but this is not a stack that we'll sell, right? And we use it in a service model for doing diagnostic analysis and tests. And this is actually, so the patents and so on are more process patents rather than product patents. So a variety of different types of intellectual property, how you deal with it and how you take it forward in innovation, right?
So I think one major insight from all that we discussed till now is that you need to think more nuanced about IP than just say that you have a national IP policy and then say you have these patent controllers, equip them, increase the number of people there and grant more patents. That's really not going to probably result in better innovation. But Madhu, you made some explosive points about software patents. So I would like to raise that with Sarv and push you a little on that. What do you fundamentally think about the software patent system in the US and on a comparative basis with India, both from the product and the service industry?
So I use patent as an indicator, not necessarily, and I agree with what Madhu said, it's a means to an end, not, even many of our companies like us, we are open sourcing a lot of our software assets too. I have my colleague sitting right in front of me. He's the first guy to open source one of our major, product, which is really the foundation of what we call software-defined storage. So many of us are doing that. So I think we are also becoming more not being restrictive in terms of sharing, stuff. So I don't have any particular view about the difference between India and US, but it's like becoming less and less relevant. Yeah, in general in the software industry.
In general, it's big. Dr. Chandru, one of the big concerns today is with the whole healthcare sector and the Indian patent regime, right? And concerns particularly from the West, as you probably realized, with the compulsory licensing issue and so on,
right,
and even evergreening provisions. So what do you think is the right way forward? Has India struck the balance right? Because everywhere, particularly in the US, I mean, that there is this clarion call for, changing our IP law and saying that, no, you should have something which is more progressive, more pro-IP, so to say. But if you look at Brazil or South Africa, they are pretty much inspired by the Indian provisions, and they feel that, yeah, there is enough money out there, and that there is enough that pharma companies can anyway make through volumes, and you're easily able to recoup your R&D costs. And all we are doing is to create this narrow exception in the case of, life-saving drugs and so on. So how do you think the compulsory licensing regime is going to play out, particularly being someone, involved closely with the life sciences industry?
Well, I think, first of all, I do believe that India has been sort of unfairly targeted, right, in this whole business. And I think we have never stepped outside agreements that we have signed. I think that's very, very important to remember, right? We have, we opened up the generics industry by saying we will not look at product patents, and our generics industry opened up, and it did a lot of innovation. I mean, just think about it. Formulation is quite as important as the API as well, right? So we have to be proud of that. We've actually made affordable drugs for the world, right? Now, so that's, and then in 1995, for whatever reasons, although many of us argued against it, we signed the Dunkel Draft. And 2005, we ended up, becoming compliant with WTO. But since then, we have stayed within the confines of everything we agreed to. So where is this criticism coming from, right? It is coming from, obviously certain,
incentive structures,
yeah,
which
sort of vested interests, right? And I think, as long as India maintains that, its legal and sort of, ethical positions, that whatever we sign, we adhere to, I don't see a problem, right? And I think the rest of the world will learn to deal with that, right?
I'll do one last question to you before we open up to the
Just
floor.
one reply. India has been fairly targeted. Why? Because if our patent regime succeeds, it implies that an ethical patent policy works.
Right.
Okay? And that our intellectual framework holds water. You can't allow that to happen.
So Madhu, the one thing that has been consistent in your view about innovation is university-led innovation. How do we get Indian professors to innovate more?
The last time I gave a talk in an engineering college, there's a trustee sitting next to me, the principal sitting next. I told the students, I'm here to tell you how to get an engineering education, in spite of the two gentlemen sitting next to me. we kill innovation right from the start, and that starts from nursery school. If you connect the dots are numbered. You can only connect 1 to 2 to 3 to 4 to 5. You'll never get a nursery kid getting unnumbered dots you connect the way you want. If you need to color, you need to color within the blocks. So our education system is a systematic way to kill innovation. By the time they come to the higher industry, higher education, which is an industry, by the way, the damage is completely done. There's nothing you can do about it. So unless you change your system pedagogy in your grade schools.
Professors are not incentivized to do research? Is that one of the issues?
They can't do research. They are not intellectually equipped to do research. Forget the even if you give the incentive, what will they do?
Very strong views. I hope there aren't too many faculty members here.
No. Hey, look at it. Look, there is enough incentives, money, resources in the good engineering schools, including IITs, including ISCs. Correlate that with the patents.
Right.
You look at Berkeley's open source output, MIT's open source output, and look at the IIT's open source output. The figures speak for themselves. Right. You need a metric, lines of code written.
So we have about 8 minutes. We'd like to take questions from the floor. If nobody, there is a gentleman here. Question.
Hi, my name is Sanjay Shukla, and I have two questions. One for Dr. Chandru. So there's a famous case study is there from that Cipla in South Africa, AIDS drug. They reduced the cost by 50, and there are a lot of ethical issues, and then innovation issues came. So I would like to know your thoughts around that, where the Indian pharma industry is then the research around that Indian pharma industry. And then for Professor Madhusudan, you mentioned about engineering education and other thing, and I am very passionate about that. So how do we improve the overall ecosystem of engineering? What you are saying is true. It's a really worrisome scenario. Any suggestions around what can we do about that?
Okay, so let me answer the Cipla question, because I think, I'll just repeat what I said before. I don't think anyone has stepped outside the boundaries of what we have signed, right? What Cipla did to make the antiretroviral therapies affordable, brought it down from, $10,000 a year to $1 a day, right? Saved enormous number of lives, right? And they did it within the confines of what had been agreed to. Right? I would strongly urge everyone in the audience to try and get hold of a film called Fire and Blood, and which tells the story of Cipla and how it worked with the Clinton Foundation and the various foundations to make this happen. So again, I think the position is that we at a certain point we were not signatories to product patents, and later we did sign on. And when we signed on, I think we need to be compliant. And before that, we were compliant with our position at that point, right? So that's the Cipla part of it, but you guys do.
With respect to higher education, see, you also have to realize our imperatives, right? Sometimes the IITs get unfairly blamed, but if you look at why the IITs were created, they were meant as teaching institutions. IISc was specifically meant as a research institution. The focus of IIT was to teach bachelor students. So masters and PhD took a backseat as per government policy. That is changing now with the newer IITs coming. So you will see significantly more research funding into IITs and more work coming out of it, including life sciences. With respect to engineering, bad engineering education in India is a reflection of our culture. It's the parents who are at fault, because we don't encourage our kids to explore various avenues. You get penalized. I come from a family with about 90 to 100 people with a bachelor's in engineering minimum. I was the 65th person in my family to get an engineering degree, right? Not even the first or the second. Grandpa was an engineer, my dad's an engineer, I'm an engineer. And it kind of keeps continuing. But even doing my third year, I remember trying to design a power supply. Dad was asking, why are you wasting on time doing this, right? You got your exams coming up, right? So even being a hardcore engineer, the focus is always on getting the grades, get out. Most of my students whom I train end up at Merrill Lynch and Morgan Stanley and stuff. They're nice companies, but why do I teach somebody processor architecture so that he can do derivatives trading? It's highly demotivating, right? Because and it's not as if, Intel pays a decent salary. Intel will probably pay 2-3 lakhs a month or something for starting a really good guy, but Morgan Stanley will pay 6 lakhs. The kid says, hey, I'm making double the money. US has the same problem. Everybody who's in mathematics and stuff just ends up in Wall Street. So you have to correct some societal defects before you dump the problem on the people who teach and the teaching institutions. They're equally to blame, but the problem lies with our societal values. We are not a risk-taking society. You have to face that fact. That's why we don't get startups. Kid comes out of school, IIT does a startup, and the startup fails, he's not going to get married. I'll give it to you in writing.
So larger social issues there. Let's move on. If there are any questions, any more questions?
Some questions.
There's a gentleman here, Aradhya.
Good afternoon, sir. I'm Aradhya, a law student in Bangalore. So my question is with respect to the academic publishing and specifically to Professor GSM. So, sir, my question is that till now, a lot of knowledge that we generate has been behind paywalls. I come from law, so it's slightly less in law, but from what I've heard, it's a lot more in sciences. And in order to tackle that, one is obviously to promote open source knowledge. But what other economic models, and it's also drawn from the DU photocopy case, right? What other economic models of academic publishing or other incentive models of academic publishing that you have noticed, at least in the field of science, that can be adopted for future, where you have open access to knowledge? At the same time, there are enough incentives for people to, apart from academicians, even for businesses or any person who's interested in any other incentives to promote it.
I think both Madhu and Dr. Chandru.
Okay, so maybe first of all to clarify, I think there's nothing stopping you from publishing after you patent, right? So you know, I don't see a conflict there, right? So you can you know, protect the IP and then patent and then publish it as well. So that, I mean, that's the original sort of intent of patents, for actually sharing knowledge and for building on each other's knowledge and so on, and making sure that there is a reward structure for you know, for the discovery.
But from a copyright point of view, there might be a concern, right? Because a lot of it is copyrighted with the publisher.
Right, sure.
That's the access issue, I think, which he's a
No,
little...
so if it is software, then you know, there are situations where you want to keep it a trade secret, but you can still publish the algorithm, right? You know, there is, that's, or sort of the broad constructs of the algorithm. I think Karmakar's algorithm was published, and yet AT&T was able to build intellectual property around it. So there is, you know, these things are not all necessarily in conflict always, right? And I think this whole business of translation of research in academia, you know, to actual commercialization, monetization, is, it's not all that dismal. I think things are actually moving quite in the right direction today. And at least, you know, when we started out in 2000, we were, you know, there were maybe 3-4 companies that came out of the Indian Institute of Science, Tejas Networks.
Right.
Kumar Shivarajan had stepped out, we had stepped out, and a few others. So now today, if you go into campus, there are at least around 15 to 20 professors who are in the process of or have already spun off startups, okay? So it is moving in the right
Getting
direction.
better.
And of course, students, you know, involved in entrepreneurship is actually also quite impressive. So I think the direction is the right one.
So I think
right?
the big takeaway is that IP is just one part of the innovation ecosystem. We need to do a lot more as a country, but the future looks bright, or at least somewhere close to that. So thank you so much for being part of this panel.
Sure.
Thank you, everyone. Thanks, Anand. Thanks, Mr. Madhusudan, Vijay, and Sarv. And thanks for sticking to time. It's great if we can keep the ball moving. It's my pleasure to welcome a few special guests who have joined us. We, of course, have Nandan Nilekani, who will be speaking with us. We've also got Sachin Bansal, who will be speaking after this on his session. But it's always a pleasure to have Nandan Nilekani to speak on a very hot topic, Road to Cashless Economy. He's warned me that he's not talking about demonetization, but I'm sure there'll be enough questions on demonetization when he starts speaking. We welcome Nandan at a very interesting time, and he's also been nominated into a committee to look at digitization in the country across various states. So great honor and privilege. I've interviewed him several times. Once more here again. Nandan Nilekani, ladies and gentlemen.
Okay. Thank you, Shivnath, and it's really great to be here at this Carnegie India event. And I thought I'll talk about a topical subject, but I'm not going to talk about demonetization and whether it was a good or a bad decision, whether it was done well or done badly. I'm not really going to get into all that. I'm going to talk about what can be done and why it's an important moment. You know, there's an American political scientist called John Kingdon who defined a concept called policy windows. And he said policy windows happen when the political stream, the solution stream, and the whole the problem stream all come together. What he meant by that was that, you know, in the area of governance and politics, there are dozens of problems to deal with, right? If you were a typical senior person in Delhi, Your 8 o'clock meeting would be on Naxalism, your 9 o'clock would be on malnutrition, 10 o'clock on Kashmir, 11 o'clock on something else. So you're constantly hopping from issue to issue. So you don't really have a particular problem that you take up and see it to the end. So problems always bubbling up. And political will is also something which therefore gets allocated in different ways. And then there are many solutions, but the solutions nobody wants to hear because it's one more solution that's playing around. But once in a while, things happen and all these come together. Think of 1991 was an example of how there was a crisis caused by balance of payments and the Gulf War, which led to the rise of oil prices. There was a political need to solve it because India had shipped some 47 tons of gold to the Bank of England, and they had to solve the problem. And it so happened that over the previous decade, all the solutions had been marked out, right? People like Montek Ahluwalia, Shankar Acharya, and others had actually figured out what to do with trade policy, what to do with monetary policy, what to do with so they're all ready to go. It was that crisis and solving the economic crisis and the political will to solve that, along with the solutions, led to economic liberalization. So that's an example of a policy window. Another example of a policy window is what happened in 93, 92 when Harshad Mehta's scam happened, and that scam led to the extreme desire to fix our capital markets, led to the design of NSE, NSDL, and the whole electronification of India's capital markets. A third recent example is what happened with the National Spot Exchange, which was the commodity exchange. That was actually regulated by something called the Forward Markets Commission, which for a long time was under the Ministry of Consumer Affairs. And it was proposed in 2003 that should be made part of SEBI because they wanted all the regulators together. Resisted very strongly because nobody likes to give up in these turf issues. But it required one crisis, which was the whole issue with the National Spot Exchange, where everything got sorted and within a few days the FMC was transferred to SEBI. In other words, you need that to happen. Now, whatever be the, as I said, what has happened now is that we have had demonetization. Demonetization has required you to replace the entire stock of currency. The ability to meet that is gated by production capacity. And therefore, a very strong alternative is to see how we can go digital. And therefore, now there is the political will to accelerate digital cashless transactions because of the environment. At the same time, thanks to a set of things that have been done in the last 7 years, whether it was Aadhaar, the India Stack, the micro ATM, the UPI platform, we suddenly also have a set of solutions which can be brought to bear. So the combination of the political will to solve things, this problem having bubbled to the top of the agenda of problem solving, and the availability of solutions has created a policy window in which you can create a modern digital financial economy. So that's what we have today, a policy window. However, this is a very complex task because creating a modern digital financial economy involves government, involves the regulator, involves technology, and involves markets and innovation. And all these things have to come together to get it right. Because when you move from a cash economy to a digital financial economy, you're moving from something which is essentially a state-managed and operated area to a very complex area of markets and technology and so on. Because when you are in the cash world, the cash is printed by the government. India has 4 or 5 printing presses. 1 belong to RBI, 3 belong to the government, printed by the government, distributed by the government, paid for by the government. So the entire cash economy is actually a state. It's a sovereign function. The entire function is done in a sovereign way. The moment you go to digital markets or digital finance, it's no longer about government doing it. It's about companies doing it. It's about technology. It's about making sure that there's interoperability. It's making sure that things go well. It's about making sure that you have the right balance between innovation and regulation. And therefore, it's a very different world to go from printing money to running a financial system, a digital financial system. And this is very important because payments or the rails of payments are fundamentally should be a public good. It's something that everybody should have access to. And if you don't do it properly, if you do this migration in a way that it's not done properly, then you very well may end up creating private monopolies or private oligopolies which are controlling the payment rails, which is what has happened in many countries. If you go to China, for example, the entire internet payments economy is essentially owned by two companies, WeChat and Alipay. If you go to the US, you have the classical card guys, and you have the new guys like Apple Pay and PayPal. If you go to Kenya, you have M-Pesa, which is owned by one company. So fundamentally, when you make this transition from a state cash-driven economy to a digital economy, you have to make sure that you build it well, and that's where the regulations and government policy become so important. So when you look at planning this whole thing, we have to look at the role of government as an overall policy maker, and in India's case, government as the owner of 70% of India's banking sector, because Government of India, through its ownership of SBI and Bank of Baroda and Punjab National Bank and all the other banks, owns 70% of India's banking. So government has a dual role as the policy maker and as an owner. And then the regulator for the banking sector is the Reserve Bank of India, which is run out of Bombay, and that has the responsibility of overseeing the banking sector and specifically mandated by law to oversee India's payment infrastructure, because the Government of India passed a law in 2007 called the Payment and Settlement Systems Act, which essentially gave RBI the power to regulate payments. So we have the regulator, and then you have market players. You have market players, including public banks, which are 70% owned by government, and private banks. The private banks, we have 14 new private banks that have come up in the last 12 years. So private banks and public banks all together. And then you have technology companies, many of whom are here, doing startups, trying to innovate with financial services. And then you have the switching companies. So to make all these transactions talk to each other, you need a switch. So we have three switches. We have Visa and MasterCard, which are global switches. And you have the National Payment Corporation of India, which is a Section 25 company owned by the banks. So we have this complex situation. You have the government as policymaker and owner. You have the regulator in the form of the Reserve Bank of India. You have market participants who are both public sector companies and private companies, which are both incumbents and startups. And you have technology companies, and you have the switch companies who provide the technology infrastructure to make this work. So in all this complex scenario, you have to make sure that all your things come together to create the kind of system that you want. So when you think about India, I think we're very fortunate that because of the infrastructure which we have created in the last 6-7 years, we actually have now the tools to roll it out very quickly. And now, thanks to what has happened, there's a political will to accelerate this whole thing, which is why I think this policy window is so important. Now, what are those tools? Clearly, one of them is Aadhaar, which now has crossed 1 billion people. And Aadhaar, being a digital identity, allows you to essentially verify or authenticate a person online, either using his fingerprint or his iris. And this is a very important capability. And today, the Indian authentication system that is run by the Aadhaar system does about 12 to 14 million authentications a day. So it's already like picking up very dramatically. So that's one layer of this. The second layer of this is the fact that I can not only authenticate, then with the consent of the user, I can get his name and address, which can be used as a KYC. And that's called as an electronic KYC, or electronic know your customer. And that's very important because, again, having worked with the regulators for the last 5 years, the Aadhaar eKYC is a sufficient KYC for opening a bank account, buying a mutual fund, buying a pension, buying an insurance policy, or buying a SIM card. So for the first time, we have an electronic, instant, paperless KYC, which works across all regulators. This, again, is an example of the intersection of technology and regulation. Now, thanks to this, you can open a bank account in 3-4 minutes. Thanks to this, you can get a SIM card in 5 minutes. And if you see, and it's not just some, and if you see what happened, when Reliance Jio came in, Reliance Jio wholeheartedly adopted eKYC. And they actually made a commitment that anybody who walks in with an Aadhaar number to a Reliance Jio outlet gets a SIM card within 15 minutes, and I think it's now more like 5-6 minutes. and they have issued 50,000 eKYCs. Similarly, when Airtel Payments Bank got launched a few days back, they opened several, I think 100,000 customers in a couple of days, and they used eKYC to open those bank accounts. So this eKYC, which is available, can be used to open bank accounts and can be used to open, sell SIM cards. But what's important is that it has become a strategic tool to reduce time to market. So if I'm Reliance, I'm Mr. Mukesh Ambani, and I want to get 100 million customers within a year or two, the only way I can do it is by using eKYC. And the same is true of a Paytm or a Airtel Bank or whatever. So suddenly technology is meeting business, and businesses are saying, here's a piece of technology which I can use to accelerate. The third layer of that is something called e-sign, which allows you to sign a document electronically with your Aadhaar. And then there's a set of things called lockers and consent, which allow you to create a paperless system for storage. I won't talk about that. But the very important layer of the so-called India stack, which is now relevant, is I think maybe we talked about yesterday, but is UPI, Unified Payment Interface, which allows interoperable payments. And this goes back to the question of how do we design a digital system which is interoperable? And for that, having a system where any participant in the ecosystem can send money and receive money from every other participant in the ecosystem is extremely important from a public policy perspective, because that's how you create an open payment system. And that's exactly what is there in India, because the NPCI, which is this non-profit company I referred to, owns or has built the payment system, and NPCI is a non-profit company currently owned by about 45 banks. So that is enabling you to make mobile payments happen. And then there's another way of doing payments which has been built in India, which is to use what's called as the USSD protocol, which allows you to do, it's a channel on mobile phones, on feature phones, which allows you to do transactions. And the third piece of the puzzle, which was built as part of Aadhaar, which is something called a micro ATM, which is there with a business correspondent, where anybody with an Aadhaar number can do an authentication and withdraw or deposit money from a bank account. So these are all the pieces of the puzzle which are there. So how do we apply these pieces to today's challenge? The way to think about accelerating digital financial services is to think of what kind of consumers are there and what is their access to digital technology. So if you think about the Indian consumer and assume there are about 900 to 950 million adults or people above the age of, say, 16 in this country, how do we give them access to financial service in a digital manner? Now, the people in this room and others all have smartphones. So assume that there are about 250 million active smartphones. And those smartphone people have a variety of choices. They can use a wallet, like our good friend Vijay Sharma, Paytm, or they can use a bank application. They can get SBI Buddy, which is SBI's wallet, or they can get Pockets from ICICI Bank, or they can get PayZapp from HDFC Bank. So they can use a bank solution, or they can use a UPI solution, and there are many of them now, and you including the wallet guys, FreeCharge, PhonePe, and so on. So they're all the wallet guys. So if I'm a smartphone user, I have multiple choices. And it's also likely that I also have a credit card and a debit card. So really, for the people who are in the top 250 million or 25% of the population, they can use the smartphone, they can use wallets, they can use bank accounts, they can use, they can use their credit cards, they can use UPI. So they have a lot of choices. So they are pretty much taken care of. And then we have about 350 million people who have only feature phones. These are the people with feature phones. And that's why the USSD app is so important. Because if you're a feature phone user in this country, you don't have access to smartphones and data plans. You have to use a feature phone. And the USSD application called NUUP from NPCI actually enables a person to send money and receive money from his feature phone. The interface is not as slick as that of a smartphone, but you can make transactions. And therefore, for the 250 million people who have feature phones, you would use this USSD application. The third piece of this puzzle is what do we do with people who don't have phones? And though we claim to have 1 billion phones, the reality is, my estimate is that the number of unique phone users is about 600 million. In other words, most people have multiple phones, or they keep changing those SIM cards. So fundamentally, actually, unique number of people with a phone is about 600 million. I would say 250 million with smartphones and 350 million with feature phones. Now that still leaves 300 odd million people who don't have a phone. And these people typically live in rural India, they're economically challenged, they're often women, they're often from socially disadvantaged backgrounds. And so how do we take care of them? Because we can't reach digital financial services to them if they don't have a phone. And that's where the third piece of this puzzle comes in, which is the micro ATM, which is a device which does not require the user to have a phone. And the reason why the micro ATM works is while we have 600 million people with phones and maybe another 600 million people with bank accounts, we have 1 billion people with Aadhaar. And therefore, and if somebody doesn't have an Aadhaar, he can get that in 2 weeks. So therefore, the 300 million people who most need digital financial services, they have an Aadhaar number. And now with the Aadhaar number, they can come to a micro ATM, which is nothing but a smartphone device with an attachment, and come to any neighborhood business correspondent and open a bank account using the eKYC I talked about, which is the same thing that Airtel Payments Bank is doing or Jio is doing. So suddenly, the people who are outside, who don't have phones but have an Aadhaar, can go and open a bank account at a micro ATM. And therefore, the third leg of this tripod is how do we make sure there are at least 1 million of these micro ATMs across the country so that every village has 1 or 2, so that no Indian resident is more than a few hundred yards from a micro ATM. And then he goes there with his Aadhaar number and opens a bank account. And that can happen within 3 to 4 minutes. And once he opens the bank account, he can transact, he can deposit cash and withdraw cash. And why is that important? Today, you have the window for exchanging cash is shut down, if you guys have been tracking all this stuff. However, the window for depositing old cash is still open till December 30th. So then I should be able to go to a BC, open the bank account, and deposit cash into the account up till December 30th. Similarly, when the new cash gets printed, how are we going to distribute this cash? And you can't just rely on bank branches and ATMs. They're not enough in rural India. And therefore, if you had a network of 1 million micro ATMs, then automatically the cash can go to the micro ATM BCs, and they can go do an authentication and allow people to withdraw their money. So suddenly, it's an instrument for opening instant bank accounts, it's an instrument for collecting old cash, and it's an instrument for delivering new cash. So all these things can get done with the micro ATM. So clearly, therefore, we have the strategy to have a solution for the smartphone guys, have a solution for the feature phone guys, and most importantly, have a solution for those who don't have any phones. Now here, what are we seeing? We are seeing government active as owner and policymaker, and the policy window has been created thanks to this whole demonetization. We see the Reserve Bank as a very active player because the Reserve Bank regulates these payment systems, and they have to do a number of things. For example, one of the immediate actions taken by the Reserve Bank as part of demonetization and to improve digital use was to eliminate for a short time the merchant discount rate or the transaction fee that you pay when you do a digital transaction. I don't know how much you guys are aware of this, but fundamentally when you go and use a debit card, you pay something called a merchant discount rate, which is about 0.7, actually the merchant pays this rate, it's about 0.75% up to a 2,000 rupee transaction, and it's 1% above that. That has been waived till December 31st. The idea is the regulator is saying, government is saying, we have the situation where we want to accelerate digital usage, let's make it more attractive for people to make payments. So that's an example of the regulator doing something. Similarly, increasing the competitive intensity of the system is a regulatory decision. The first example of that in payment, I mean, there are many examples, but 2 big examples of that is the whole rise of wallets. I don't know if you guys realize, but the whole PPI, the wallets, the Freecharge and the Paytms and the MobiQuicks and the ItsCash of these worlds is a very recent phenomenon because after Parliament passed the Payment and Settlement Act in 2007, in 2009, the RBI came out with a policy for licensing wallets because they felt that they had to create some way of doing these small value transactions. And that led to 15, 20 guys getting a license, and today someone like Paytm has 100 million users. So clearly, That's an example of how a regulatory innovation of allowing wallets created market, market dynamics. Similarly, another big decision of the Reserve Bank as a regulator was how do we increase the number of banks in the country? If you guys know that between 1969 to 1994, no private sector banks were allowed in India. Because in 1969 was the first nationalization of public sector banks, and then again in 1980 by Mrs. Gandhi, and no private banks were allowed. It was only after economic reforms that 10 new private sector banks were allowed in 1994, and all the big banks you talk about today, HDFC Bank, ICICI Bank, Axis Bank, were all the consequence of a government policy to license 10 new banks. And then subsequently, another policy which the Reserve Bank did was how do we increase the number of specialized banks? And in the last 1 year, they have given 21 new bank licenses, 10 of them for what are called as payment banks, 11 for payment banks, and 10 for small banks. And one of them is Sachin's friend, Vijay Sharma. So suddenly you have a situation where the banking industry is suddenly adding a lot of new players into the market. They include Paytm, it includes Airtel Bank, Vodafone Bank, Reliance Bank, then you have Idea Bank. So suddenly you're going to have lots of banks. So that's another example of how government decides to expand markets, opens up a licensing route, brings in new players, and brings in competitive intensity. So you're seeing markets and regulation coming together. And here again, technology is important because the fundamental change that is going to happen here is that banking historically has been a high value, low volume business. A typical debit card payment or debit card withdrawal payment is about 2,000 to 3,000 rupees. A typical check is 75,000 rupees. So that industry works on having lesser number of transactions of higher value and having a nice fee income on that, which is why the debit card fee income is 1%, which means if you spend 20,000 rupees on a debit card, you're spending 200 rupees you're giving to the merchant, who basically is being deducted from your expense. So typically the banking system has been high value, low volume, high cost. But the mobile industry and the wallet industry has been the opposite. They have been high volume, low cost, low fee. Right? So a typical recharge is 10, 20 rupees. And you're getting those guys into the system. A typical Paytm transaction is 30 rupees. You're getting into the system. So suddenly two worlds are colliding. The incumbent world of low volume, high cost, high transaction fee is suddenly meeting the world of mobile and wallets, which is high volume, low cost, and low transaction fee. And that pressure is now going to start seeing on the system. You're going to see that in terms of fees paid and so on. So that's another transition happening as we speak. Now that transition is happening because of technological change, because the way the new guys build their platforms is to be able to scale up to millions of transactions, but at a very low cost. So that collision is happening. But the collision has been brought about by regulatory change, by allowing these participants in the system. And then another thing which is happening, which is a business model change. So what's happening in the business model is that historically, in this low volume, high value, high fee model, a financial institution made money from transaction fees. But in the new world of digital, an institution makes money from data. So the source of revenue, the business model is undergoing a shift. Now this is something similar to what happened in software. In the old days, old days means 10 years back. Not that old. 2007. That, my friend Tom Friedman says that was the defining year, so let's take 2007. Software companies made money by selling software. VMware, right? Oracle, IBM, Microsoft. They sold software. They went to corporates and said, okay, take this 10,000 copy license and you pay us money and all that. But the consumer companies that came in the last 10 years don't make the money by selling software. They give the software free. They make the money by selling what? Data. Think about it. They use advertising as a source of revenue, which is why in the United States, 80% of revenue has moved to, 80, the money is moving, ad money is moving from television and print to online, and only two companies have most of the money, Google and Facebook. So what happened was there was a business model change. The world of Microsoft, Oracle, etc. made money from licensing. The new guys made money by giving software free and made money from data. And the same thing is happening right now as we speak, because the old financial institutions made money on fees. The new financial institution will make money from data, which means that the new guys have no interest in charging fees on transactions. Imagine what's going to happen now. You're going to have all these guys whose balance sheet depends on fee income, and then you have all these guys who are coming and saying, I don't want to make money, but I'll make money on data. Which is why if you look at the pricing model of all wallet guys, they don't charge anything on merchant payments. If you use a Paytm to make a payment or a MobiKwik or a free charge, there's no transaction fee. That's it. So fundamentally, simultaneously, you're migrating from a public sovereign function of printing cash to a private market with all these operators and technologies. You're moving from this low volume, high value, high cost to high volume, low value, low cost. And now, because of the business model moving from selling transaction fees to data, you're actually going to zero transaction fees. Imagine what's going to happen if we start going to zero transaction fees. So this is a change in business model. It's important to understand, therefore, that when you think about what's going to happen, you have to therefore look at it in totality. There is the whole issue of how do governments deal with this and put in place the public policy framework? How do regulators create competition and sort of manage the situation? How do we create open payment systems so that there's no lock-in? How do we bring in new competition into the market which has a different philosophy so that it creates pressure on the system? How do we enable startups to innovate on this? So there's a very, very complex issue. But the good news is that because of this policy window we have, something which in my estimate would have taken 3 to 6 years will now happen in 3 to 6 months. So that's good news for all of you, that you're going to see an acceleration of the deployment of financial digital technology. We have the stuff, we have built all the stuff, now it's going to be deployed very rapidly because there's going to be political will behind that because of the need to have a plan B on this cash business. And all these things are going to come together, the role of incumbents, the role of challengers, the role of technology, the role of markets, the change in business models, everything is going to come together. And I think you're going to see some very exciting times as somebody who's interested to see the intersection of policy and technology. Only one thing I have for my friend Raja Mohan. Where's Raja? Floating around. So Raja wrote an article to announce this event saying, Delhi meets Bangalore. I just want to add Bombay to that, because Bombay is the financial capital of India and it has RBI. So if you're going to solve the cashless economy, it requires Delhi, Bangalore, and Bombay to work together. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Nandan. Fantastic. So maybe that's an opportunity for us to create something somewhere midway, Delhi, Bombay, and Bangalore for this to be discussed. Nandan will take a few questions. So please raise your hand and shoot. Oh, Shashi is already there. Go for it, Shashi.
Yeah. Nandan, my question
can you introduce yourself?
Yeah, this is Shashi Shekhar, Prasar Bharati Board. My question is, if you look at the change that we are looking at right now, it's probably the largest mass-scale behavioral change probably in history. How would you make the political case for this to the people?
Arey bhai, I'm a retired politician. And well, I mean, that's you should ask the Prime Minister these questions. I think, as I said, obviously this thing has had many short-term repercussions, especially for people who are outside the financial system, and I think we're all very sensitive to that. But fundamentally, I think this begins the long march to a formal economy. And I think that is so important for India, because India's growth model cannot be that of China, Japan, South Korea, or Southeast Asia. Because essentially, those guys manufactured and exported their way to development. That game is over, because deglobalization is happening. We have Brexit, Trump, Le Pen, whatever. So fundamentally, global economic growth being driven by globalization is going to be difficult. And India will never be able to become a manufacturing superpower because there's already China with massive overcapacity, whether it's solar panels to steel, and there's massive automation and robotics all over the place. So fundamentally, India's growth cannot be globalization or manufacturing. It has to be domestic services-led. And if it has to be domestic services-led, you have to bring 400 million people into the formal economy. And in some sense, this shock, I think, will accelerate that process. And I think putting that digital framework in place is so critical to make that, create the onboarding ramp for all these people to enter the modern world.
And yeah, go ahead.
Hi, Nandan. Madan, from your story, can you talk about some of the next steps, maybe how this will affect the insurance sector or crowdfunding and activities like that?
Well, I mean, I think the extreme view is if you have driverless cars, why do you need driver's insurance? But anyway, I won't go there. But I think the use of data for insurance, for example, I mean, many people are saying that if I can, if you give me all your Fitbit details, then I'll give you a lower price on your health insurance, or if you let me monitor your driving, I'll give you a lower price on your driver's insurance. So that kind of stuff is happening, and this India stack allows you, just like it's going to be easy to buy a bank account, it'll be easy to buy an insurance policy. So the many, I mean, I don't want to go into the whole, but yeah, I think it's going to have a fairly big impact on all financial services. But the other thing is that because of the digitization, you're dramatically reducing the cost of acquisition. So when you reduce the cost of acquisition, you're also creating massive inclusion, because now a small group of people are benefiting from the system, but if you can reduce the cost by 1/10 or 1/100th, then suddenly the entire population will have access to services. So that's also related to the formalization. Formalization will happen because it will be more and more difficult to remain outside the system, and it will become more and more convenient to be inside the system. So once you get that tipping point, you're going to see massive formalization, and this is a very important strategic point in that.
One second. Just 1 second, 1 second. Can I just take a question right here? Hold on 1 second.
Yeah, I'm Radhakrishnan from DRDO. It's wonderful listening to you about Unpuzzled, that the demonetization scheme which has come out of the government. So you, out of that 1.26 billion population, and 1 billion is almost covered by Aadhaar. Still you are left with the 250 million population.
Don't crib, yeah, come on.
Now,
billion to kya na?
No. It's wonderful. Now, what, even if you take that children up to 10 years is maybe 100, you still have 150 million people who are outside the Aadhaar system. What innovation can come in so that Aadhaar can reach to their doorsteps?
Well, actually, it's, I think the flexible infrastructure of enrollment that Aadhaar we had allows it to scale up and scale down very quickly. So it has peaked up to 1.5 million people a day. Today it's at about 600,000 people a day, 6 lakhs, and approximately about 1.5 lakhs of the adults, but most of them are children. So this, in fact, this could be another impact of this demonetization, because if people have to have a bank account, it makes more sense for them to get an Aadhaar number and open an instant bank account. So I think this actually will accelerate that. I'm comfortable that within the next couple of years, everybody will be covered. No. Micro ATM is a device where you can authenticate a person. So it's a low-cost device with the biometric authentication. Enrollment requires some more heavy-duty equipment. So we can't do enrollment with a micro ATM. But once I do the enrollment, then I can use the micro ATM to do an instant bank account.
You go to the back, young man. Yes, please.
Hi, sir.
Keep it short, please.
Yeah. My name is Kalesha Malampalli. I'm representing a company called Vatbell Mobilite.
Called what?
Vatbell Mobilite. Okay. I invested about 9 years of time on a gigantic research about global governance and new global economic order. And exactly after 9 years of time, I figured out a solution to accelerate what's happening today on about industrial internet. The solution, what I see is...
No, but is there a question or you're giving an ad
Can
for
you
your
stick
company?
to a question? Don't need a marketing pitch.
Sorry.
We need a question.
So I'm just thinking the Ministry of Civilian Technologies and Industrial Internet Logics will help out to accelerate the entire change in India. What do you think about it?
Well, you see, all accelerations require an exogenous or endogenous shock, right? So 1991 happened because India had a balance of payments crisis, and the Gulf War led to the oil prices going up, and India had a very severe crisis, so they had to ship their gold out. This one is because the decision was made to demonetize cash. The merger of FMC with the SEBI was done because there was a scam in NSE. So you need an event. The event can be exogenous, it can be endogenous, it can be a natural calamity. The tsunami led to the creation of the NDMA, which was the National Disaster Management Authority. So whatever you want to do, if there's, wait for some shock to happen to that, then acceleration will happen.
Yeah, go ahead, please.
Hi, my name is Rushil. I work at Aspada Investments. My question to you is, how are public sector banks focusing on a mix of policy and technology change to change their credit underwriting mechanisms now that disbursal mechanisms are in place through NPCI and acquisition method is in place through Aadhaar and IndiaStack?
Well, I think it is a challenging environment if you're not willing to innovate, because fundamentally, lending in India is going to dramatically change because lending was historically based on asset collateral. Now lending will be on flows because you now have the digital footprint to decide his flows. And therefore, I think it will be, and this challenge is not just for public, it's all for all incumbent banks. They'll have to reimagine their whole lending business. It's not about getting applications and some guy going and doing an inspection. It's about using data and algorithms to figure out whether the party to lend is credit worthy. So I think it's a major, major challenge for everyone, not just for the PSU banks.
Yeah, we have one question from
the Reserve Bank of India in its monetary policy announced today has kept repo and reverse repo rates unchanged. But it has said that the growth forecast for fiscal 17 will slow down to 7.1% from 7.6%. Looks like the fear of demonetization having an impact on growth is actually playing out. Would love to hear your comments on that.
No, I think, I mean, I'm no economic expert, but obviously, if there is a slowdown in purchasing and so on, it will affect the economy. Which is why I think, and I missed out this point, that the heart of accelerating digital financial services is making merchant payments cashless. Because it's not cash as stock, it's cash as liquidity, it's cash as a way to trade. So bulk of India's transactions are merchant payments. I go to the shop, buy butter, milk, butter, eggs, whatever. That has to become cashless. And that cannot be done with the historical system because the card system is really designed for that top-end kind of guys. High MDR, POS machine, this, that. It has to be phone-based. And the infrastructure of UPI will allow the rapid proliferation of cashless payments at the neighborhood Kirana store. And that hopefully will get accelerated now. So I think if we do that, then we can get the economic stuff going. So actually, digital is not just a solution for solving the cash problem. It's also a way of reigniting the economic growth by removing friction to purchasing decisions.
Would you agree with the view of keeping the repo and reverse repo rates?
I don't know. I don't even know what repo rate means.
Yeah, go ahead. One.
Hi, so this is Viren. So what about the profitability when we talk about high volume and low value business? Because we have seen Paytm's having 160 million wallets and still running on investor money as compared to the incumbent banks, which are actually making money in traditional way. So how do you compare both the businesses?
Well, Paytm is a special case, so I won't talk about Paytm. But let me talk about the mobile industry, right? I mean, if you look at the mobile industry, the great success was they created 1 million subscribers. Okay, they may not be 1 million users, but 1 million subscribers. And fundamentally, they did it because they cracked the high volume game. So today, a typical recharge in a mobile phone is anywhere from 10 to 20 rupees. There are millions of locations where I go with my cash, I give 10 rupees and get a recharge. And they still make money. So mobile companies have shown us that you can be a very high volume, low cost business and still be profitable. So that's the model of which will come. And because they have become banks, they'll bring in that thinking into the banking system. And that collision is going to happen now. If Mohandas has arrived, I have to stop talking. You may even tweet about it, so I better keep quiet. Yeah.
I'm Saksham Khosa with Carnegie India. Beyond making a more friendlier environment for merchants and consumers, where is India's connectivity infrastructure in this game, and what are the steps for accelerating that in the process of creating a cashless economy?
No, I think we should not assume that online payments equal to broadband. First of all, you don't need broadband for that. Any low-cost internet connection, whether it's 2G or whatever, edge, all that it'll work on that. So as long as there's internet connectivity, that's good enough. Point number one. Point number two, you don't even need internet connectivity because that's why the USSD is so important. The USSD is a channel offered by mobile companies on which you can do data applications. And there's already a USSD app which is there, which will get upgraded soon. That app will allow every mobile phone can now do USSD. So, and that is, all over the country. So I think you don't think of cashless as broadband or internet. You can do it on USSD.
Nandan, one question for you.
You didn't hear me and you have a question, Mohan.
I heard you outside. Nandan, you have led a very innovative, volunteer-led effort to create the India Stack, which has been very disruptive.
Government has built it. We were just facilitating.
Well, we know what happened. But tell me, do you think this kind of a model is sustainable and can be adopted across the board where we have technology challenges for a country like India?
Oh, absolutely. I think it's a great point, Mohan. I think we need to create an institutional arrangement for this. We need to create a way to bring in innovation from outside. We need to leapfrog on solutions. We need to create a process by which outside talent can work on leapfrogging solutions. It's a question of putting that structure in place.
One question from the lady there. Yeah, please.
Good evening, sir. Thank you for the wonderful opinion on demonetization and going cashless.
I didn't speak on demonetization. Anyway.
Oh, but still. So my question is related to the security infrastructure. Is India equipped enough, or is India equipped enough in terms of security when we are going cashless in this space? So I want to...
let me say that at least the stuff that some of us have been working on, which is UPI, Aadhaar and all that, is pretty secure. It uses the latest security techniques, whether it's encryption or, for example, when the Aadhaar is captured, it's captured in a hardware area and directly encrypted and sent. So there's a lot of design to make it safe. But in security is always, you have to keep working on it. You can never relax.
All right, we have time for one more question. Yes, sir, please go ahead.
See, one of the other thing which has to be successful, for anything to be successful, is the need from the people. And that is where I still feel at the lower end, people don't feel the need that they can do without cash. And
even when there's no cash,
and the cash is coming in. So in another 2 months, if the cash comes in, and they go back to old ways, and that is the tipping point might just get missed.
That's why we need to move fast.
That's my fear.
That's why we need to move. Policy windows open and shut. Yeah. So you're saying policy window will get shut. Correct. So we got to move fast in that policy window, absolutely. However, I think we are forgetting another aspect, which is what happens, the other discovery that people will make when they go cashless is that when they go cashless, there is a digital footprint. And people always think of digital footprint in negative terms. Sala, tax pay, you have to pay tax. But actually, you have to think of it in positive terms, that digital footprint is the basis for getting lending from the formal economy. So the biggest driver of digitization is that when the informal economy participant realizes that by creating a digital footprint, he gets access to formal credit, they'll all come. That driver will happen.
All right, I think we'll end it here. Nandan, perfect to the core with 30 seconds to go. Thank you so very much. Ladies and gentlemen, give a big round of applause. As always, a pleasure listening to you. You did not speak on demonetization, I know, but thanks so much for touching on everything. Thank you so much. With that note, we'll continue the momentum. A very high-powered panel led by Mohandas Pai, the chair for the next session. We have Bhavish Aggarwal, Sachin Bansal, Navneet Kapoor, and Anand from Google, head of Google. May I request all of you to please come on stage, led by Mohandas Pai. Please also welcome two of India's smartest startups. Anand is the head of engineering of Google, Bhavish is founder of Ola, Navneet is CEO of Target, and Sachin is founder of Flipkart.
Yeah, mics are on. Okay, folks, we had a fascinating discussion by Nandan, and Nandan is truly an extraordinary person globally. I don't think there are many examples of an individual who created a great company, giving it up for public service, starting a movement like Aadhaar, heading an organization, and creating a technology piece like India's Tech, which can transform the lives of 6 billion people on this planet, and doing it almost for free, spending his own money. He's not told you how much money he has spent himself on doing all this. And I think it's fascinating. This country requires, and the world requires, about 10 people like Nandan. It's okay to evangelize and to talk, but to create a team and to create something and put it in the public domain and sustain it, now that is a great model. And that's exactly a great model of how, in this new world, you can do public service for public benefit and create public products on top of which innovation can flourish. So today we have 4 great innovators, and we're going to talk about very interesting points. And that's about borders and innovation, balancing the internal and external. If you look at the last 30 years, you've seen a new trend of global corporations which have come out with very innovative products, dominating the world globally and making the world their markets and having a very large market share. We've seen Intel come out with products in hardware. We've seen Microsoft coming out with its own set of products, which is used by almost everybody. And then you have seen Google come and dominate the world like nothing else, because everybody talks about Google, and any kid born today will just say Google as the first word instead of mama or papa, because of the way to access the world. And then you got Facebook, which has more people on Facebook than any country on this planet. It's a country of its own. And then you have maybe possibly somebody else coming up. Then you have Uber trying to go all in the world and dominate, etc. And if you look around the world, most countries in the world have kept open borders where these technology companies can come and flourish and go and do things the way. Only China shut its borders. China, in its wisdom, or possibly in whatever it does, decided that we can't do with this kind of global companies coming here. We need our own companies. So they shut the borders. And we had companies like Baidu, like Tencent, like Alibaba coming and dominating and creating $1 trillion of value. Now Amazon has come and around the world and trying to do e-commerce all over the world. So we're seeing this kind of a model where the global innovators who dominate the world, they become the de facto standards, they rule the world, and then China, 1.35 billion people, shutting in market, creating its own companies, and these companies have a market value and cash and innovation and technology, maybe as good as somebody else, but they have their own model. Now, if you look forward the next 15 years, this gives rise to very interesting problems which we're going to debate. And the interesting problems are, one, what do you do about the concept of national sovereignty and national boundaries and the ability of nations to control data, privacy of their own citizens? We've seen the NSA swoop on data in the United States, and they could get data of all you and me because the data centers are there, and they can be subpoenaed and they can take the data, right? So how do we create this global architecture where there is data privacy and security, etc.? How do you make sure that when so much of our data is there, cyber security becomes very important, because you're one big company which carries all this data which can proliferate? How do you make sure that the ability of these corporations to rule our minds is looked at very differently? We've seen in the recent election in the United States how news was possibly massaged by some people to lead people on to do something else, and nobody realized. And now the global mindset of these companies is so enormous, and their ability to influence is so enormous, despite having slogans like "we shall do no evil." But evil may not be evil to somebody, but be evil to somebody else. And that's one set of questions. Second, it gives rise to questions that are being asked in many countries. Should you let global people dominate their own economies? Now, India has technology, China has technology, Europe has technology, but can we let these companies dominate the national boundaries? And what should be the reaction? Should we have an open system where the best of the world comes in, or the Chinese system where you have the closed world? And how do you treat your own local companies? And when you speak about local companies, it's very obvious that global capital won't say anything else. There's nothing like local, nothing like global, because the capital that own these companies, even though they may be started by some extraordinary individuals like Bhavish and Sachin, no, the capital is global, and capital ultimately rules. And for countries which don't have adequate capital, what happens? And the next question comes, how do we create an innovative culture within countries whereby we could foster new sets of innovation so that the dominant player doesn't become a bar to innovation? The EU has anti-competitive laws by which it's trying to make sure that some of these players don't dominate to the same extent. And, other countries are still not caught on. And you could have a situation where innovation could be stifled because they're all innovative companies. They come and they dominate. Now, we have learned that innovative companies go after the bigger companies and they spell new innovations. So cycles of innovation has come in. So we had Microsoft dominating in the B2B world, and suddenly you're seeing other companies come up too, but Microsoft still dominates, right? So whether Microsoft wants it or not, now we're finding the cloud come in, everything comes in. How do you keep the innovation channel open so they become competition for these giants who straddle the world, who've got enormous valuation, enormous capital, and enormous reach? And to do that, what should countries do? So a lot of questions come up. So what I'll do is after introduction, I'll ask questions to everybody. They will answer them, and then we'll have a debate. Then we'll have a Q&A. The first question which I would like to ask, starting with Sachin, is, Sachin, in this context of global players trying to become bigger, having capital, having the access to markets and technology which can be spent all in the world, how would people like you, who started Flipkart with almost nothing except your brains and your innovation, how will you compete with global giants like an Amazon who could come to India, who could have parts of capital, and you are the player who innovated, and suddenly you find your market being invaded?
Yeah. So before I answer that question, I would like to add to what you
please.
said. I think the model of closing up a market or a sector in a country and then opening it up slowly over time, I think that model has actually not just been China's model, it has been the model of South Korea, Japan, even Singapore, where they have their market access had been very, very controlled. Of course, we know that Japan and South Korea did create global companies in their own sectors and which dominated the world. If you look at the same thing that is happening in Europe, for example, there we see a lot of challenges. In new technology space, in the consumer internet space, we don't see the startup sector in Europe is actually smaller than even Israel right now. And there are challenges of where the European Union or the countries in the EU are fighting with the global companies to collect taxes of their fair share of taxes, and that's a constant tussle that is going on. While even in India, we have done that. We have focused on creating self-reliance for ourselves in a lot of sectors, whether it is telecom, banking, steel, coal, you want to talk about chemicals, pharmaceutical, IT, auto industry. We have made sure that we do not have only foreign players operating in our markets. That we have a healthy mix, we have a healthy competition among the local players as well as from global players. But the technology sector, the consumer internet sector, is pretty unique because it is naturally monopolistic. Cost of distribution is zero. Once you have something, it's equally accessible to everyone at the same time. And that's something that is a unique thing for which China's answer 15 years ago was to close down the market. Again, nobody has tried that so far. And I think it is also a very unique Chinese thing to do as well, because they do that not just in internet, but they have done that in every sector where they've used foreign capital and foreign expertise to build their companies, whether it's Huawei or their China Investment Corporation using Goldman Sachs and Morgan Stanley or anything else that they have, right? So lot of so China generally has been operating that way. I feel that in India we need to find our own path, and all the concerns that you raised about sovereignty, about data privacy, about not just that, about job creation. When a ride or goes to Uber, for example, in India, the high-end jobs are getting created in the US, not in India. And the taxation and everything, all the capabilities,
yes.
The capabilities in the ecosystem are getting developed in the US, not in India. While when it goes to an Ola, the capabilities are getting created in India. And we need to think about that as well. And I think, for example, what we are doing with defense, saying that we will buy our weapons if they are made in India, that's a great move because that creates higher end jobs in India and that creates an ecosystem. Some of those people will tomorrow leave and start their own companies in the defense sector and things like that. I think we cannot be cut off from the world like China has, but definitely we need to start thinking about self-reliance way more than.
Are you sounding like the Bombay Club?
That was before I was born, probably.
Yeah, I know.
I would like to add to Sachin's point. I
Yeah.
believe because the consumer internet sector is a consumer sector, right? And traditionally consumer sectors are not given the kind of protection that infrastructural sectors are given, like automobiles or.
They're physical.
Because it's a retail sector, it's a small transaction value per sector. The country, and this is where China really differed from everyone else in the world, where they took a very strategic view of the consumer internet sector. They, I think rightly so, identified it as a comprehensive national strength pillar, which as a country we need to. Right now the consumer internet sector is the least protected in the country because capital is global, these technologies are global, and it's easy to enter different markets. But we need to realize that while capital and technology are global, the market in India and different dynamics around technology evolution, skill set evolution have been behind the world. So there needs to be some level of strategic priority given to this sector. What that translates in, I don't think we can go to the entire China level. I don't think we should also as a country. Our philosophy has always been different. But if we think of this as a comprehensive national strength, there are definitely a lot more things that we need to do because this sector broadly can help in so many ways. Like Sachin said, creating high value jobs in India, making sure our data is here. And actually, I'll also touch upon one point that you briefly mentioned in your prelude, that what is a national company, what is an international company, because capital is all global. I'll actually answer that with a couple of analogies. If you look at Alibaba, ironically, it's a Chinese company, but 30% of its capital is SoftBank, which is a Japanese capital. Imagine a Pakistani company owning India. And the remaining 30% is Yahoo, which is American capital. Imagine Chinese company owning India.
Yeah, 75% of HDFC's capital is owned by overseas investors. ICICI, 55% of Info is owned by overseas investors.
So the crux of what makes a company Indian is the entrepreneur and the management team. And Sachin is based out of India. I am based out of India. We are creating our lives and our careers and our legacies here. That's what will define Flipkart and Ola. And that's what makes our country Indian. It's not about the capital. Capital is there for a particular return on capital. And they will get that return and go.
Yeah. I'll add to that. I think there is another thing that is happening in the world, which is a recent phenomenon in the last 6 months, right? Which is Brexit and Trump. Do you think they will? I think they will deviate from the globalization
As a reaction
philosophy.
to globalization.
Yeah, I mean they will want to close down their markets themselves if it comes to that, if it suits their needs. I think we need to start taking a more India-centric approach rather than trying to become a global benchmark for something which is or trying to become an ideal country based on the standards which are set by the West. I mean, that's what we should try and avoid, and we should make sure that we should do what is best for our country.
And a couple of examples beyond China, what Sachin said, Korea and Japan. They've been fairly open markets, but they have given.
Yeah, but they started long back before these companies became so very big, right? I mean, you had this mobile standards there for Docomo for a long period of time.
Yeah.
Okay, now I want to come to you, Anand. You are a dominant player in Google and become a part of our daily language. We always say Google this, Google that, and it becomes so used to it. It is an operating system that we all use, right, for search and everything else. Now, how do you react to being a global player who is so dominant everywhere? How do you make sure local sensibilities, the internal, the external, work together? And how would you react to innovation which is coming up on the mobile for search, to challenge you too? I mean, how do you react to this kind of a debate?
Yeah, so, this is a very healthy debate on where we want to draw borders and how much to regulate, how much to protect, right? The way I look at Google is like what the banks were in 1900s. For people to believe that it's okay to take money under their pillow and put it in a bank, trust was super important. Google is in the same business of trust as the banks were. And to build user trust, you need to give first credible information, useful information, and you build it in stages, right? So at the time when Google came out with its search engine, there were 10 others. Alta Vista was the big leader. It was the habit for most people. But it took a while for them to build the trust and for people to believe that, you can go to Excite, you can go to Rocket Fuel, Lycos, all these InfoSeek and things, but Google seems very trustworthy. And you build on that trust, right? When we launched, again, Gmail, Hotmail was already there, Yahoo Mail was there, but we said, okay, what happens if you have lots of storage? And if you can do remarkably good spam and abuse? So one of the things I notice as we build products in Google is that if you can actually innovate and show to the user that there is a lot of value, you build trust. And when you build trust, the user comes back to you again and again, and that brings stickiness. That brings a habit. And you create a habit, right? So for example, search, right? We have tried to improve search in the Indian markets on many, many fronts, right from the core ranking to what are we doing for various languages, right? And this is a hard problem, and we continue to work on it, we continue to improve it, but we don't take it easy. We believe that someone who understands these markets better can probably come and compete with us very strongly. We've seen this happen in, like Bhavish and Sachin indicated, in Russia, in South Korea, in other places, right? They're very dominant, and their own source products are doing well there, right? So I feel, and I don't think they're doing well just because they got protection. They're doing well because they built trust with those users very, very well, and we couldn't do as good a job. China was a different story, but I'm saying the non-China cases, there is this element. So I feel that from the view of companies which are based elsewhere, if they want to succeed in India, they still have to crack the basic problem of user trust. They still have to make the products really be valuable for that user. We've had Google Messenger long before, but when a WhatsApp or a Facebook Messenger came, they built better trust, they built better products, and they won. They are international companies. We had Orkut dominating a big section of the society here, and that was eroded away by Facebook, right? So I'm saying that at some point, execution and building that trust and building value is going to involve a lot of innovation and engineering, and not necessarily involve whether it was done by an Indian or a French or a German.
So that's a good point. Now, it leads to another point. When you are globally dominant, I don't want to use some other word because I've been warned not to use a particular word. When it comes to, see, you are a creature of a legal system. You're domiciled in the United States. You're subject to the laws of the United States. The data for the entire world is possibly in the data center in the United States. The United States, the government can access the data, and do what they want because they are the sovereign, right? You're not a sovereign as yet. Even though you are everywhere, people trust you, people love you, you change the world. Now, how do you deal with a situation where you have a sovereign authority which can access and twist you the way you want, and the rest of the world, with whom you have built trust, looks on, helpless to do anything? I mean, how will you solve this real issue which has come up in the last few years?
So I mean, there is this areas of basically friction between the government, sovereign entities, and companies, right? And we've basically gone out full blast saying that we are encrypting all of our data. We are throwing out transparency reports saying exactly when we are being asked for this thing. So we know that if a user doesn't feel comfortable with working with us because of possible interventions, we will lose the user trust. So this is something we completely understand, and this is in some ways not got anything to do with India. If anything,
global.
Yeah, the
Global
EU
policy.
markets are even crazier in their concern for privacy and the data protection, right? So my feeling is that I think it is a very, very good idea for governments to have strong policies for protection. It's very, very good for governments to keep companies very honest and accountable. But I don't think that means that companies cannot, based in one place, cannot operate in other places. I mean, I don't think we need to go that extreme direction. That's what my feeling.
So you are a very responsible global player who works on building trust with the users. Users could be in any countries, and your first loyalty is to all your users and the customers, rather than to a sovereign where you could be domiciled and you are on side of the customer.
That is what we've always believed. We've put out transparency reports showing exactly that. Yeah.
Navneet, now you heard this kind of a debate, right? Now you are in a different industry. and you're watching all this happen in a very different way. Your business is slightly different. Of course, there's the big beast, Amazon, still all there in your business. Where are you on this debate?
Yeah, before I comment on that, I mean, 3:20 in the afternoon, room's full, so clearly, people are here to see these young stars. I have some friends in the room who said they're going to come and see me talk, but I know why they're here. So I just want to say more power to you guys. Before I get into the debate, we're really proud of what these guys have achieved. But I think I just want to start by saying innovation can't be held by borders and boundaries and visas. It's going to happen just like we've got these great companies created here. The reverse can happen as well, and there'll be disruption all around. And I think we just need to acknowledge that. With that said, I believe there has to be a level playing field. Before we started this session, I was out with Sharad Sharma, who gave me a big lecture on the forest going to burn, and I'm standing on a dry twig, and it's going to burn me up very soon if we don't have a level playing field. So I think we need a level playing field for foreign players, Indian players, and the lines are blurring there because we already talked about, what is foreign versus what is Indian, what is foreign originated versus foreign sourced or funded. We'll have to I think the lines are blurring, so we need to be careful there as well. But assuming we can get to a level playing field, I think I'm with Anand on this topic that I think the customer or the guest drives the future of the companies and the success associated. If I'm going to shop on Flipkart versus Amazon, I think the driver for that is going to be based on the experience I have and the product itself and the capability. Same with Uber versus Ola. I think the consumer today is very smart, and they are able to discern what is a better product. And there is, of course, the initial support aspect, and again, that goes back to the level playing field. Maybe we also need to look back at what happened to the ITES industry, and Mohan, you are a stalwart of that as to what kind of support the government provided, and maybe that's a good model to reflect upon and say, do we need something like that for the internet economy? But beyond that, I mean, you guys had to compete with the likes of Accenture and IBM,
Yeah.
and again, people went to Infosys because you had a better offering or a more value-driven offering, not because you happened to be supported by some SOPs from the government. So I think we need to reflect upon all of that, and eventually, if we build outstanding products, that'll drive the success. And Facebook versus Orkut's a great example. There's so many other companies that originated in the West, and they've died along the way just because they weren't good enough. And we just need to make sure customer trust in an ecosystem that nurtures innovation from here. We need to invest in that level playing field. We need to figure out what are the right mechanisms to enable the young startups from dying too quickly. And that, again, thanks to the lecture from Sharada, I want to call that out. But beyond that, you've got to have great products and make sure that drives the success of the company.
There's a very important question, Bhavish, I want to talk. You came out with the word capital dumping. And I tweeted on that, criticizing you for that. But it's true that global capital is in surplus in certain countries and available. Risk capital is available in certain countries. And many countries, global capital is short. Cost of capital is low in certain countries. Cost of capital is high in many emerging markets. The ability of certain people to fund is very high. Ability of somebody to compete against the funding is not so high. So when global capital, when there's unequal global capital, unequal access to global capital, and will you have enough time to build trust and to grow in an ecosystem adequately before the competition comes up to you? That's one. And two, a very important question, when you have global capital, the capitalist looks at returns, not at your interest or national interest or whatever it is. They don't care who runs the company, so long they give them 25% CAGR, return on equity or funds or whatever it is for 25 years, right? They don't care. When you don't give that, boom, you're sold, right? So how will you how do you react to this competition of capital across national boundaries, especially for a country like India?
I think that's the crux of the situation in the consumer internet industry today. I fully agree with the points on innovation and letting the best consumer product win. What's happening though is in both our industries and even more broadly the consumer internet industry in India today is there's the narrative of innovation that the American or the non-Indian companies espouse, but even though products are largely similar, the real fight is on the capital side. The real fight is not really on the innovation side. There's hardly any difference. I'm sure all consumers would agree that between an Ola or an Uber, in some areas I would believe we are ahead. Similarly in Flipkart versus Amazon. But the markets are being distorted by capital. And now when you look at, and that is true in, why is it that Uber in our industry or Amazon in e-commerce or other industries, why is it that their gross margins are so negative in India? I mean, a fair way to compete is to build a healthy business. It's not just about the innovation and the consumer experience anymore. So when you look at the capital story, and that's where you see that the Indian ecosystem is at a disadvantage. Number one, there is no local capital available. You have to go abroad for capital. And it's much more easier for a non-Indian company to raise capital because they have profitable markets elsewhere. And you might call it capital dumping, you might call it predatory pricing, you might call it anti-WTO, whatever you call it, but it's actually a very unfair playing field for the Indian startups, against the Indian startups. Now, something needs to be done about this dynamic. I'm not the policy expert. I can just lay out the facts on the table, comparing how global fair competition happens, when you look at a P&G or you look at an HUL or you look at other industries. You look at the auto industry, how Hyundai competes in India. There's a fair way to compete and there's an unfair way to compete. And the consumer internet industry, because it largely ties into a monopolistic end state, a lot of irrational capital is thrown to land grab. And who has higher capital, who has higher access to capital? So these things have to be answered.
Sachin, where do you stand on this capital issue? Because for you too, capital is important. You are in a very fierce battle for domination. You've been very, very successful. But where do you stand on this capital issue? And what should be the solution?
I think capital is important, of course. I mean, there is no question about that. In the current situation, the capital is one of the differentiators or the product differentiators that you bring to the table, as much as the technology or your warehouse spaces or your logistics capabilities and things like that in the e-commerce space. But I'll tell you, I think I'll go back to, defining what is better for India, right? So, what is a better outcome for India? Let's say if you fast forward 10 years from now, the better outcome for India will be that we have a consumer internet space which solves Indian problems. We use consumer internet to generate jobs, high-end and lower-end, all kinds of jobs that can be created through consumer internet. We use consumer internet to increase our tax revenues so that then a lot of schemes of the government can be funded better. We should also use consumer internet to drive more capital and FDI and FIIs and other people into the country. And I believe for all of that, it's better, including capital coming to India will be way more if it is coming to Indian players. To a lot of Indian players.
The Indian capitalistic class is a rent-seeking class. They don't understand what business you are in.
I don't think I will judge them.
Why is that? You try to sell and raise capital in India.
I have, but it's not possible. It's not possible.
Why?
I will not judge them for that. I think if you go back 17, 18 years into China of 99, 98 and 2000, similar situation existed over there. Initial Chinese internet companies were all funded by foreign capital. Jack Ma, how much does he own of Alibaba, right? In single-digit percentages. And that's because a lot of capital had to be raised. They had to compete with an eBay at that time, which was at the height of its capabilities in those days. And they had to win against that. And also, but I think that changes. I believe that today's generation of internet companies are raising a lot of capital from outside, but the future generations will not. And local ecosystems will get developed over time, local capital ecosystems.
So you want the government to kickstart the development of the local ecosystem?
I don't think the government needs to step in. I think it will happen on its own.
But the key question is, will companies last it happen?
But I'll tell you, this what is happening. The seed and the Series A is almost a lot of Indian participation is already happening, which was non-existent 5 years ago. Then if we fast forward, people like Ratan Tata are jumping in, people like you are coming into the startup ecosystem, Nandan Nilekani, people like us who have made money from internet are investing back into the seed and Series A and then Series B and then Series C and so on. And I think Indian ecosystem and even public markets one day will become very, very good to raise capital for the internet space, which they are not today.
So you don't see capital as a problem right now?
I think what we need to do is what at some level China did, is that they told the world that we need your capital, but we don't need your companies. That's a similar...
It's a very strong statement.
But
Sachin...
But we do need capital and
Sachin,
expertise.
You are a big player in India. You go to Sri Lanka with your technology, your money, you'll dominate Sri Lanka. And tomorrow the Sri Lankans will come and say, tell the government, keep the barbarians out. These guys are coming from India, they dominate the market. How will you react to another country? Because here you may have competition, there will be...
I will not judge them badly for doing what is right for their country at that time. Right? I think and the way we will think of Sri Lanka is the way US thinks of India. I mean, that's how they...
We have to think of what is right for
I'll tell you one more thing, right? So WhatsApp is the largest chat platform in India. How many times has WhatsApp founder come to India? Zero. He's never visited India.
But Sachin, India is a big country, all right? If you look
Indian users are the largest number of users on WhatsApp.
But India is a big country. If you look at Southeast Asia, if you look at Thailand, what do those countries do? I mean, they don't stand a chance. It's just Europe as a bloc, America, India, and China, because they're very big markets and a lot of people.
But I think the work that is happening in India, including things like UPI, things that we are doing, for example, in lower-end mobile phones, low data consumption apps and things like that, are going to become very, very relevant for the rest of the world. There is about 4 billion people who are not yet online.
So India Stack is the solution.
And that India Stack kind of things, I think UPI, for example, is actually much ahead of what the payments rails that exist in other rest of the world. And as you said, for 6 billion people, that's probably going to be the better solution.
So I want to add to that point on when you said the Sri Lanka example, right? To move forward on Sachin's point, see, every country should do what is right in its interests. And it probably is not right in every country's interests to protect every industry. Is there an auto industry in Sri Lanka? No. But are the other Sri Lankans still growing as an economy? Yes. So, India has to have its own narrative. India is a very large country. It has to have many industries which are, Indian in nature. Sri Lanka might not need that. Sri Lanka might need a very good local tourism industry, or whatever is right from their perspective. And I'm sure their internal processes and policies will figure that out. We as Indians need not worry about that. But we as Indians definitely need to worry about what is right for our country.
I think defining what is right for our country has to be more holistic, right? I think consumer internet is one such industry. There are 10 million people working in the ITS industry, and new jobs are getting created every month, every week. So I think taking a myopic view to that and saying we need regulation for this versus something else is so maybe a more holistic approach, right? That does get to figuring out what is truly right for the country and what's right from a global diplomacy perspective as well. And a lot of the discussion yesterday that the foreign secretary was talking about was, tech diplomacy, positioning India appropriately, because we're buying a ton, we're sourcing a ton from India. So it's not one directional only. And India market today is what it is, thanks to the growing middle class, which did happen on the back of the ITS industry itself. Otherwise, people won't ever, and many of you, including you, Sachin, started your careers with some of these foreign companies as well. So we've got to think of what is right more holistically.
And I think you also need to look at where is all this going. I mean, IT industry is not adding as much jobs as it was earlier. Banking sector, for example, in the last 30 years has added only 5% jobs, while the sector has grown multifolds. And I think the reality is that internet-based economy is going to drive a lot more job creation. Automation and robotics and all of these things also will take over. I think that's where we need to decide where we want to play.
I'll just add one stat. There's one new company setting up office in India every week. One new company. So it's not going away. While there is every week, maybe every day you have a better
10 per day.
Yeah. So it is not shrinking at the rate we may think it may be.
But I don't know the stats here, but if you compare the Indian high-value jobs in the internet industry compared to the Silicon Valley, it's a small fraction. And our ambition as a country should be, how can we have 10x more jobs than the Silicon Valley has? And the answer, if you derive backward from that end state, is fairly clear what we need to do today.
I think the debate depends upon how many years of experience you have. You have to ask question. I'll finish. I'll give you all 15 minutes. Now, Anand, there's a very important point that we have to discuss, the role of innovation. We have seen in the last 30 years a globally dominant tech company which dominates the world like nothing else. The last great company, the East India Company, that's very different, all right? But now in the digital world, companies can dominate in the world. I mean, Microsoft was dominating, and I'm the Microsoft generation. We saw how we dominate, $600 billion market value. We've seen in the last 30 years, innovators come challenge the incubate and kill them. And I'm not kill them, but possibly do something else. We saw this WhatsApp come suddenly, and like you said, many people went. We saw all the other things are happening, right? Now, how do you think innovation is the answer? Creating a conducive atmosphere for innovation is the answer rather than anything in terms of policy, because you see in this world a natural tendency for challengers to come and to challenge, and the dominant players unable to dominate the market in the policy space.
Yeah, so again, innovation versus policy, like how much of policy and how much of innovation, right? Let me give like 3 examples to inspire you how to think about this, right? If I look at, say, a company like Google, right, which mostly catered to the first 3 billion people who got on the internet, right? In the population of 7 billion, we all know that 4 billion are still not on the net, not at the rate we want them, right? And a lot of it was in the US markets, the more advanced Asian markets, and the European markets, right? Now, for them to come and try to do well in sectors like in Africa, Brazil, India, Southeast Asia, right? It's not just enough that they take their thing and just land and then they get the place. It's in the nature of some of these technologies is that it's not like the British model where you have these amazing guns. It's like the whole guns, germs, and steel kind of thing. It's not like you have the guns and you just win over the places. It doesn't happen that way. We've seen that repeatedly. And so that's why I feel that trying to extrapolate based on how they did in these markets and try to say that, oh, you know, we let them in, they're going to come and like take this over, that doesn't translate. It just doesn't happen. Like Facebook and WhatsApp are 2 examples which we gave, but if you look at something like, say, what Google is trying to address in the Indian context, right? Like if you take like RailTel, we said, you know, India is very unique. So many people spend their life every day at railway stations. This is not true in most parts of the world, right? So we said, okay, what is the best way you can touch them? Look at the top 400 railway stations in India and see whether you can provide Wi-Fi there. And from all the research we've said, right, we're bringing in many more people onto the internet in this process. So this is something which is specifically India specific, which was done, right? Which was not, this is an innovation done for India here, which we are hoping will benefit. That's why I feel that and in this technology space, I feel that just extrapolating based on the success from the Western world, saying that if you let them in here, they're going to dominate, that doesn't work too well.
Okay, now last question before Sharad is itching to ask questions. Now, quick answers. What are the 3 policy changes you would like to see in India, Sachin? Any area? Be very specific now.
It's
as opposed to any. No, we all look. The sentiments are very clear. You need local champions. You need global champions. You need open borders. You need innovation. Global capital is a reality. You got to access. All that is known. Okay, it's fantastic. Now you are a great innovator here, both of you. What are the 3 big policies you'd like to see in India in the next 2 years? We'll talk to Modi after this and the question.
So I'm not a policy expert, and
Policy.
I'm not a policy expert. I think probably we need help from our bureaucracy and our politicians to help us come up with what is the right thing, how to frame it, and what
is the right thing.
So but we can talk about objectives, right? So objectives should be a few objectives that can be outlined for the policy, right? One is that how do we make sure that we become self-reliant and we become we create the next generation of internet companies and technology companies coming out of India. We make sure that we have a right to play, or we have a seat on the table when the next wave of automation and other related industries start dominating every part of including self-driving cars or healthcare or education, everything will be driven through AI, and we have a right to play in that space, and we have enough workforce which is trained to do that. Today, for Flipkart, for building a vision product, we are actually had to open an office in the Bay Area. We have 20 people sitting out of Bay Area which are doing the vision and sound and speech-related work. That talent itself is not available in India, and we are trying to train our people here.
Imagine other countries.
Yeah, I mean, so we don't have a right to play yet in these areas. as a country. These areas are going to become the areas for everything that we can think
Last
about.
point.
And I think the third could be around privacy and data. I mean, we should make sure that we have access. We don't give unnecessary access of our data to. Our data is today sitting in servers in Singapore, China, US, everywhere. And I think one of the leaks, NSA leaks, was that that the Brazil Prime Minister's speech was available to the NSA before it was delivered to the Brazilian people. That's the kind
Has
of.
any of Modi's speeches been delivered? You have any news on that?
And I think it's scary. It's scary how much communication that we do on Gmail and Yahoo and other things. Bureaucrats, they have their own, their cards have Gmail IDs, which is pretty scary.
I mean, every ministry has a WhatsApp group. All of them anyway. Of course, you don't see that. I know that. Okay, Bhavish, quickly, three policy points.
As a macro statement, I believe it's an urgent need for the country to have a comprehensive internet policy because of one of the points that came up in the debate, that data is as valuable as your money. And data can become the worst Trojan horse for our country in any bad situation. So we need to have a comprehensive policy. And that policy, when I think of objectives, it needs to be focused on creating high-value jobs for India. It needs to be focused on improving our security environment. I'll give an example, and it's a theoretical example. Imagine a world 10 years down where there are self-driving cars, and the control to that is sitting in Silicon Valley or Beijing. And these cars can become worse than a nuclear bomb like that. Imagine 100,000 cars going into the parliament overnight. We have to think very holistically about security in our country.
Okay, next.
And third part is, which is more short term, we need to figure out how to enable fair competition.
Well, Minister Priyank is there. He can possibly pass the legislation in the State Assembly on privacy, because I think it's a very important thing. We could pass it, and Parliament, when it works, if at all, can do it later. Now, what is your 3 points for policy?
Well, I think, firstly, I go back to what Bebop said yesterday. I don't know if you were there. He talked about India has the ability to be the innovation capital for the world. It already is getting there. But there's a large part of and I'm representing the sector I am in, and not necessarily the broader spectrum here. I think a large part of the Indian workforce tiptoes around innovation because of permanent establishment, taxation aspects. And we need to get greater clarity around that to unleash the potential of the country. The second thing is I think around cybersecurity. We have, again, the potential not just to protect data and make sure India is not challenged by it, but to be world leaders in this space. Our talent pool lends itself very nicely to building that as an industry-leading, world-leading capability, and we need to do a lot more around it. So I'll just do two to keep that
Anand,
conversation.
Google always has the last word.
No, so I just want to make it clear that these are three of my personal views and not of Google. But I'll have 3 specifics for you. First one is going back to what Sachin said, right? It is very, very important that in the technology space, you have the right people to make a big difference, right? I feel that when we go over what are the types of people we can collect for doing hard machine learning problems, or like you said, vision, audio perception, right? These are hard problems, and we don't have the people. And many of them have gone to US to train, and they're there, they're building great things, will probably be applicable for all over the world, but they're not here. So I think education is something where there has to be a big push as to how higher level technologies, I mean, we've moved away from the ITES things to now higher things. So that's the first one. Second one is, I think, infrastructure. That is going to be so critical to all this. If the users are not there where they can make benefits of these technologies, if that market is not created, we wouldn't be having companies build things here.
Okay.
Right? And the third, which I would say, is funding. Again, the capital thing. Like, can we bring in more capital for people here where we can actually support these people and grow things?
Okay, folks, a truly fascinating debate. We debated many things. The floor is open to you, and Sharad will have the first question, and you'll be next. Sharad always has the first right.
So, Navneet.
Really?
Navneet, you talked about a concept called level playing field, and obviously Target believes in it because it's saying in the US very vociferously that remove this exemption of no sales tax for Amazon so that you can compete on a level playing field. And there is a statement to that effect, right, by all the offline players. And so obviously there is a belief when it comes to your own situation that there should be a level playing field. Now, also there is no denying that in India there hasn't been a level playing field when it comes to regulatory forgiveness, right? Ola didn't have the same forgiveness on payments that Uber did. Same happened with the marketplaces concept. So my question to, Mohan or anybody you want to assign to the panel, one of the reasons this is the case is that there is an organization, DIPP, that creates level playing field for MNCs. But there is no equivalent organization in the government which is shouting out for the startups or the challengers to have a level playing field. Do you think it is time for Government of India to establish an organization like DIPP or equip DIPP to play the role of having a level playing field on behalf of the startups, not just for the emerging?
Shira, let me say this. Democracy is a system of competitive lobbies. Now, Uber has got a fabulous lobby. They've got a lobbying engine. I would like him to invest in a lobbying engine. I would like Sachin to invest in a lobbying engine. So we need to have a lobbying engine for startup. That's the only solution in democracy. He who goes and cries loudest, gives them papers, does everything, always wins. Modi went to Silicon Valley. He saw Zuckerberg, right? He didn't see you or me. The lobby is strong, right? The mind share is strong. So we got to do the lobbying.
I think, Shara, you bring up a great point, and I think one of the reasons why we're all here, which is the genesis of the discussion and the meeting that we had a few months back that led to this forum, is because policy often lags technology. I mean, e-commerce was such a blurred policy. In fact, there was none, and there was a lot of front-end, back-end happening years back, and today there is a slightly more clearer policy. So policy often lags technology, and I think we need to accelerate or bridge that gap, and hopefully forums like this will help create the right
How many
support
times have you gone to Minister Priyank to talk about policy? How many times has Sachin gone? How many times has he gone? If we don't go to him, how will he know, as our representative, as our minister, what policy is required? And his job is to make sure there's good policy for citizens who vote him to power. He responds to voters, right? But he must go to him. He can't get policy out of thin air.
So I would like to respond to that. I think there's an assumption in the statements you made that we don't lobby or we don't go and meet the government at different levels. I think, especially in the past 1 year, me and my CEO, Pranay, was in the room. We've spent half of our time doing that.
Fantastic. Good. But are they cold to you?
See, the issue is, there is a glass ceiling for the Indian startups, which we all face.
Really?
If I try to meet the Prime Minister, it won't be as easy a job as a foreign guy coming in because, and I understand that dynamic. There's a lot of discourse and debate about openness, about foreign capital, etc., which is fair. Part of the task is with entrepreneurs like us to find out how to make our voice reach the government more strongly. Part of it is also for, gradually the view towards us to change where they see us as major contributors and major stakeholders in the creation of society and the major, moving forward of society, which I don't think is fully there yet.
You need a Devang Mehta, glamorous with a lot of things.
No, I agree with you.
No, I think, but also
I
think of the time that people have spent talking to the government or people in the government, how much of that is actually firefighting on a day-to-day basis? How much of that is solving of issues? Some law has been passed by some
without knowing,
without thinking, or some incident has happened somewhere, and those are a lot of challenges as well that Indian startups face. And generally, if you talk about people like people who are local trade unions or local politicians who
they don't understand.
They are actually way more demanding from Indian companies than MNCs. They are much more relaxed with MNCs as well.
Okay.
So this is just from a consumer's perspective and talking from, looking at consumers and all of that. It's a big fight between Ola and Uber, and it's a big fight between Flipkart and Amazon. But most consumers seem to claim that the latter have better services or are better. That's why they're gravitating that side. What are you guys doing from your side to ensure that the Indian consumers as such stay to Indian companies? So it's easy to talk on a policy level and all of that, but what about the end consumer? What are you doing from that level?
Yeah, no, that's a good question. Consumers perceive better experience. I don't believe that's true. That's the reason both of us are ahead in our markets, because fundamentally we offer a better experience. The issue there, like I said in my points, is capital distorts experience perception also. Now, if you look at Ola versus Uber, Uber is in general 15-20% cheaper. Now, that's not a sustainable price to pay. You can't build a business at that price. And the whole objective or strategy they're going with is, Let me burn this guy out. Let's see how long consumers will use him. We've been able to maintain larger market share, significantly larger market share, earning more money, burning significantly lesser money per order. And that's because our experience is better. I'll give you specific examples. We're the only ride-sharing company in the world which has a loyalty program. We're the only ride-sharing company in the world which has a connected car platform. We launched that a couple of weeks ago. It's a phenomenal experience. So, even from a driver perspective, we have so many more localized solutions. Like, for example, consumers can book offline when you don't even have data. So, if you look at the nuances, our experience is significantly better. But capital distorts that.
Yeah, I think I agree with what Bhavish has said. And another thing is that a lot of capital today is being diverted into competing on pricing, rather than spending that on technology and hiring those 200 extra engineers, or opening Silicon Valley offices to do more machine learning stuff, or creating infrastructure, or loans for drivers, or things like that, which are really fundamental basics of the business. And they're being spent way more.
You suffer from the inadequacies of the system as a local player and compete with your hands tied behind your backs with sophisticated players who have access to a lot of capital and a very evolved system.
And capital masquerades as...
It's not that extreme, but yeah.
No, it's true.
Let me add one more point. Many times these global companies, when they come into India, they masquerade their capital as investments. Ask any smart bureaucrat or any smart even politician. Capital as discounts is not investment here. Investment is in infrastructure. You create capacity for the future. What capacity has any of these international companies created in India? Nothing. It's consumer discounts. It's supplier discounts. Discounts evaporates like that. Ask any smart investor in the world. So maybe the government should look at the capital should go into investments, and whatever investments mean, high value jobs or infrastructure or whatever, then let's compete on that.
Yeah.
Somehow I heard you initially look like you were asking for some kind of protection for your industry. But when it came to asking for policy, it somehow came down to, let's ask for more capital. Somehow allow more capital to come in. And that's what you're talking about. What I worry about the protection statement which you make is if it kicks in, I'll be landed up with the ambassador car for the next 10 decades. I don't want to have that happen.
No, I think it's a very valid fear that we should all be very, very fearful of. I mean, we shouldn't become we shouldn't go back to the old days of telecom or old days of banking where customer service was very bad, or even autos and other things. I think we should definitely avoid that. Over there also there are learnings from countries like Japan and China, where while they protected their markets or they kept the foreign players out, they actually created a very healthy ecosystem of competition within their companies. In fact, so much that Toyota and Honda, after competing with each other, they actually became so much better than Ford and other people that they actually went out and competed with the best. Even in China, I mean, the Chinese products that are now started to come out of China, just started, they are actually better than their foreign counterparts. UC browser is the biggest browser in India. It's not the Chrome browser, right? And it is by far better. Same thing is going to happen with every other thing. Xiaomi phones, Oppo, OnePlus.
The Chinese have cracked that, right?
I mean, but the thing is, you will fail if you just protect the market and let the crony capitalists take over and start using that regulation to kill their competition locally, which is what happened earlier on. You need to make sure that no single player in India is able to win big, so big that they wipe out everybody else.
Okay, last question.
To create a lot of competition internally.
I want Sunit to answer this. Sunit is a banker. Sunit? Yes, I want to ask you a question. Sunit, as an investment banker and a banker, how do you address this question about lack of Indian capital to support startups in India, Indian enterprise? How do you answer this question?
People might be underestimating the quantum of domestic capital available. Indian capital markets have become fairly sophisticated. SEBI is taking a very proactive view towards funding startups. I think it's more a question of some companies jumping in there and seeing what can happen in the domestic markets. There seems to be a lack of confidence.
And you're willing to lead the way.
We're willing to lead the way.
That's quoted for you. Okay, folks, we have to end.
So,
one question, okay.
The question is for Sachin. When India can see Flipkart web services like Amazon web services, are you in the process of developing a technology on like Amazon web services?
I mean, that's old technology now. Yeah, I mean, we are looking at the next level. I mean, we are looking at how, we are looking at shaping the mobile internet itself. I'll give an example of that. Progressive web apps, which is something that is now available in all browsers, which is UC browser, Chrome, and everything else, was something that was imagined by our engineers because it was a need in our market, and we worked very closely with all the browsers to actually make sure that those features get implemented in a lot of requirements or feature requirements came from us. We built the first apps on progressive web apps, and that's one step, but reimagining how mobile internet will be in the developing world, what kind of constraints people live in, and how do we develop that. I think those are the things that we are working on.
Okay. Okay, folks, give them a big round of applause for a fascinating debate. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Okay.
Thank you, guys. Thank you, Mohan, Sachin, Bhavish, Anand, Navneet. In fact, this was one of the most exciting panels. In fact, this was the reason Carnegie India Technology Policy Forum came about. These are the initial bunch of folks whom we met, and we said there is a need for technology folks to work with the policy so that we have an India where we can have Indian-grown multinationals. And I think we had a very interesting discussion. A little bit, we have our Minister for IT, BT, Science and Technology, Mr. Kharge here. A little bit of a housekeeping announcement. After this, we have a country delegation from Israel, and that has some security protocols. So there's certain requests. First 9 seats on the front row, and 6 seats behind that for the security reasons have to be made available. So may I request maybe 3 this side or 6 something like this side, and then just will be after this. So just a request. But please don't go away here. And now I request our Minister, Priyank. He has been very gracious and kind to accept our invitation. It was on a short notice because of some communication issues. But finally he is here, and he is going to tell us what Karnataka can do before any other state can do. Thank you. Thank you, Priyank. Thanks.
All the dignitaries here, ladies and gentlemen. So, well, I think you've had an exciting session right now, so I'm not sure if you really want to listen to a long speech by a politician, especially after all the brickbats I get. And more importantly, what happens is I'm always, I get double hit. One, madam, is because if I don't meet people here, people say state government is not working. And like Mr. Pai said, if the parliament works, they're going to blame Mr. Kharge for it because he's the floor leader. So either ways, I'm always, it's a double-edged sword for me. So anyway, so a few points I'd like to address rather than going for a big speech of sorts, because what I heard during Mr. Pai's curation was quite on the contrary what we are doing. So like a lot of things are already being done. So example, one of the things that was raised over here was about the cybersecurity issue. So I was, I think recently we had the Bangalore IT.biz where Ms. Nivriti Rai gave a very wonderful speech, and she curated a session for us on living smart and working smart. And she said that 50 billion devices are going to be connected by the end of 2020 or 2030. And of course, when so many devices are talking to each other, talking to us, data becomes a crucial point. So we are coming up with a Center of Excellence for Cyber Security, and we are already in talks, and probably it'll be India's first Center of Excellence for Cyber Security, which will focus heavily first on skill development within the government first. So the Department of Home will be our priority, followed by we will look outward where we can have some courses for people who are outside also. And when it comes to a lot of policy matters, I think Mr. Mohandas and Ms. Mazumdar have been leading the way along with the government. I mean, they sit on various panels, various vision groups, which has ensured that Bengaluru is where it is now. So if we were the science capital, if we are the innovation capital, if we are the ITES capital, it is because of our policies as well. And the best thing about Karnataka is that these policies are not made from the government's perspective. These policies are made from the perspective of the stakeholders, of the industry stakeholders. That's why we have such eminent people guiding us on what we should be doing. What even Bhavish also was talking about, how the government needs to be a little more proactive. What Bhavish did not tell you people was that in the last 3 months we have met 4 times, and we respond pretty quickly. And like Mr. Shivnath also said, I got an invitation yesterday for this and have agreed to come here. And just last night we spoke at 11 p.m. So I think the government is proactive, and we are willing to learn, we are listening, and wherever we need to pull up our socks, we do. And infrastructure, of course, is a matter of concern to any growing city. And I agree that the government policies are not always up to the mark or not as fast evolving as technology. And I think, but the government of Karnataka is well placed, and Bengaluru is well placed this thing. So I was in London recently where I was trying to study what is the ecosystem for traffic management. And you actually have to pay a congestion tax when you get into the central London. Would that be acceptable in Bengaluru? I don't think so. So, I mean, every city, every growing city, New York has its set of problems. Silicon Valley has its set of problems. But that having been said, I'm not trying to run away from the responsibility of the greater need of infrastructure in Bengaluru. And I think we are working towards it. And the government has already given 8,000 crores for the first time just for the corporation to ensure that development takes the first seat in Bengaluru. So basically, we have tried and addressed most of the problems that have been spoken about. Maybe, and also somebody spoke about funding, capital investments for funding. And I'd like to tell you that government of Karnataka is the first government in the country to come up with a multi-sector startup policy. In this policy, right from agriculture to aerospace, we fund anything. We have something called the idea to POC, where it is where if any startup has an idea, we give you up to 50 lakhs for a proof of concept. And I don't think any government in India is doing that. So, and we are raising 400 crores. So I'm sure if Mr. Pai puts in a good word, somebody will partner with us for the other 200 crores as well. Where I just heard somebody from Kotak here. So if we can probably lock him up in a room and arm twist him to partner with us, it'll be great. Is he around? I'm not sure. Okay, so, I'm sorry? Oh, okay. So it's just not startups, you know, and we are listening to everyone, because when probably we have not been publicizing it enough. See, we have something called the open house. For the first time in the country, the government is having a startup open house where 25, 30 startups sit with my team and me, and we address their problems. It could be policy related, it could be funding related, it could be probably idea validation. They would want some validation of their idea within the government sector. So we are allowing all that. I don't think that this kind of reciprocation happens anywhere else in the country. So what I would like to say is that we are trying to do all that we can. And if there's something more that we can do, we'll definitely do it. If we are always willing to learn. I think probably we are the only government in the country which is willing to learn, and we have two-way communication there. So I'd like to tell you why we are Innovation Hub. When Mr. Tukral spoke to me yesterday, he said probably you should speak a little bit of why we are the Innovation Hub of the country. And I'd like to just take a step back and tell you about the Bengaluru IT.biz that we had recently last week. So I'm not sure how many of you attended that session. So when my team and I were deliberating what to do with Bengaluru IT.biz, so we realized that the IT and the ITES sector has matured in Bengaluru. And it was time for us to move on. In the sense, we had attained such maturity that I think we were already considered the torchbearers of the IT industry. And we thought when we started this 19 years back, Bengaluru IT.biz, that time there was only information technology, BPO and ITES. But then now, technology is everywhere, right from your agriculture to aerospace. It's in your pockets, it's in your wrists, it's everywhere. Technology is everywhere. So we decided that we should emerge out as thought leaders for the country, for every possible vertical of technology. So if you saw what we did in Bengaluru IT.biz, we had the main theme of define the next. So why we chose that theme was so that we emerge out as leaders, not only investment-wise, but also as thought leaders for cybersecurity, aerospace, animation, gaming, VR, AR. We had everything in that. So the idea was that we emerge out as #1 position, which we already hold in the country. We wanted to ensure that we retain the lead because I think India is fiercely competitive. You know, every state has something to offer. Everybody is giving you free water, free land. They have a ecosystem which works for every state. So we are fiercely competitive in our country, and I think the only way to retain that edge for us will be by having Bengaluru as also the knowledge capital of India, not just the IT capital or the startup capital. So if I want to breed innovation, I should ensure I have that knowledge. So we are coming up with whole host of center of excellences, whether it's in animation, whether it's in aerospace, whether it's in gaming. So we are trying to see how we can be probably the vertical leader in every emerging technology that is possible in the state. And probably what cements this fact is that now we are in the top 5 MNCs. So most of the MNCs that are working in India or in the world, they prefer their R&D being here. So R&D being in Bengaluru. And now we have emerged as the 5th best destination. Bengaluru is emerged as the 5th best destination for knowledge partner, as a knowledge capital. You know, we have beat Shanghai, we have beat Chicago. But still, we see that there is a lot of gap in what we are teaching and what the industry wants. So that skill development is something that the department is also focusing to ensure that innovation stays and is bred at the bottom of the pyramid. It's not from a top to bottom approach. So we have something called the New Age Incubation Network, where we allow students to come up with projects where we fund. So we have funded close to 182 projects for students for any innovative project. So up to 3 lakhs we fund. And I think that out of those 182, we have had 68 company incorporations and close to around some 8 to 10 patents. So we are trying to take innovation to the bottom of the pyramid. So it happens in universities, it happens in colleges. And that's exactly what the government of Karnataka is trying to do. How do we maintain that edge? So we are coming up with new age incubation, like the business incubators. We are taking companies to colleges so that they can incubate jointly over there. So we are doing a whole host of things that is, I would say, really out of the box, and a lot of people don't expect the government to do. So what is it that Karnataka has also done for the startup? I am not sure if Mr. Pai has heard of our startup cell. It's a newly launched startup cell wherein we have relationship managers. For 10 to 15 startups, we assign a person. So they do the hand-holding. And the most important part of the startup cell is that we have given them a booster kit, a startup booster kit. So what does this startup booster kit do for you? So before, you had to go to either NASCOM or some other place to incubate with them and get all these benefits. But now, whether you're in Bidar, Chamarajanagar, or Bengaluru, all you have to do is register with the government startup cell, and we give you testing software, subsidized software, subsidized internet data plans, subsidized cloud hosting platforms. We give you mentoring, we give you legal help, we give you accounting help, plus we help in idea validation, plus we help in even access to our funds, whether it's idea to POC fund or our fund of funds of 400 crores. So we give you access to all these things, which again, no other state does. Why I'm impressing upon this is because a lot of people think that the startup ecosystem is running by itself. But 3 months back when we started this startup cell, before starting of the startup cell, we had only 27 startups registered with the government. But after the announcing of Booster Kit, after announcing of the startup cell, now we have close to 2,019 startups registered with the government, which I think is phenomenal. And they're looking up to the government to deliver. And I'm sure we will, because we have a plan. We have we are future ready. Because our startup policy is one of the most robust and the most flexible policies available right now in the country. So we are doing a lot of things. Maybe I need to publicize it more. Unfortunately, Congress is a little bad in publicity, unlike the central government. So I'll have to take a leaf out of our Prime Minister on that. Because Digital India, it's already done here. Make in India, it's already done here. Bosch has been our partners for 35, 40 years now. Startup India, Stand Up India is already done here. So there are policy-wise, maybe the central government can look at government of Karnataka what to do. And marketing-wise, I think we should look at them. So I'd really not like to take much of your time. So these are some of my thoughts on the startup thing. But what I would also like to impress upon all of you is how the Department of IT/BT and the government is valuing its partners outside as well. So, before it would be any mayor came, or probably now the Israeli IT minister has come, we sign a MOU and nothing happens. Now we have gone vertical specific MOUs are being signed by the Department of IT and BT. So for example, we signed with Hague. So we have signed up with them for cyber security. So it'll be academia exchange, skill development exchange, and also probably they'll help us with our center of excellence. We have signed up with Toulouse, the government, wherein the International Aerospace and the Space Organization have written to us saying that they would love to be a part of our center of excellence in aerospace. I mean, these are the world leaders who are ready to come and partner with us. They have the knowledge. We have the human resources which can be done. So now DASU is partnering with us for the aerospace. It's going to be the first center of excellence in aerospace with the government of Toulouse and with French partners. And we're not asking for individual partners. We're asking for the entire consortium to come. So it is just, when we say aerospace, it's not just going to be some private sector. ADA has come, the private people have come in, foreign, the entire European Union is on board with us. So the point I'm trying to make is the world is getting smaller and Bengaluru is reaching out worldwide. So we are having partnership with Hague, we are having partnership with Toulouse, we are having partnership with the Thames Valley, we are having partnership with the Silicon Valley, and all these are not just on paper. They say that paper has a lot of patience. What is in the paper will always be in the paper. So that's the reason why we are making ideas happen in government of Karnataka, and I'm sure that probably in the next 6 months you will see a lot of leap in this. So probably I'd like to, not taking much of your time, I'd like to end by quoting one of my favorite quotes. I always do this when I have some delegation from outside come in, and it's one of my favorite quotes on Bangalore. I mean, everybody loves the city, weather-wise and otherwise. So I'd like to quote this. This was said in 1962 by Pandit Jawaharlal Nehru when he had come for inauguration of the Vidhan Saudha. So he says that Bangalore in many ways is unlike the other great cities of India. Most of the other cities in India remind one certainly of the present, certainly of the future, but essentially of the past. But Bangalore, as I said, more than any other great city of India, is a picture of the future. So this was said in 1962, and I strongly believe what Pandit Nehru said about Bengaluru as a city of the future is true in many ways. Because Bengaluru has always been the torchbearer, and today we are defining the next, so that not just Karnataka, but India also is future ready. So if there's anything that that the industry requires for government of Karnataka, I'm sure Mr. Deshpande also was here earlier, and I'm sure he would have really, I don't know why people say government is inaccessible. You have people like a senior cabinet minister like Mr. Deshpande, who is just a phone call away. I'm just a text away in case you don't want to call me. I'm sorry. Yeah, you can message me. I'm a message away. I'm a WhatsApp away. I'm a email away. So we are willing to listen, and we are listening, and we love to hear from you, whatever it is. And because the idea is just not investment. So we want to position Bengaluru as the next knowledge capital of India, and we want to ensure that Bengaluru is future ready. Thanks a lot.
If any of you, while we still have 3 minutes, if one or maybe time for 2 questions. Yes? Okay, here. Please be brief, specific.
About the announcement supporting the startups through various policies and fund of funds and idea to POC. I guess announcements are good. However, the implementation probably could be increased to meet the expectations of startups. My personal experience, tried to register on the startup portal, couldn't register. Tweeted you, never got a response. Tried calling your startup cell, never got a response.
Where was this?
This has been happening for last, I think, 1.5 months. I've been trying
You
to...
tweeted me? I would have replied. That's something that would have caught my eye quickly. Yes. But anyway, I'll get back to you on that.
So,
but
I guess to help, really help the startups, I think the reciprocation from your officials has to be as the way announcements
well,
are.
I can speak for the department and not for individual officers, but at the end of the day, I will ensure that whatever it is, but there must be some queries they might have asked for incorporation certificates. If it is that, I'll just, you retweet me, whatever that is. But implementation is something that you have told and we are trying. See, it's a new concept. So there, we are taking some baby steps in that. And I'd like to tell you that if the implementation is in doubt, I'll give you an example what the Department of Tourism recently did. So we called for applications for any new technology that would help promote tourism. So 151 startups applied for that. And out of which 52 were curated and 12 were presented to my team and I, wherein we funded 8 companies 2.5 crores on the spot, and they're currently working with the government right now. So this is the kind of disruption government is doing in innovation. So maybe it might be one of the case. My apologies, I'll have a look at that.
No, I appreciate you helping.
Thank you. Any other question? All right. Thank you.
That's good. Looks like I made my point.
You absolutely made it clear. Thank you so much. So, okay. We have our colleagues from Israel here, and I'll have Shunath welcome them and take it forward.
Thanks, RK, and thanks, Mr. Kharge, for coming in and addressing this audience. It's a great opportunity for me to invite on stage Minister Ophir Akunis, who's the Minister of Science, Technology, and Space of Israel. He's in India, and it's a great coincidence and a matter of destiny, as I've been telling Yale, that we could invite him. Minister, welcome to India and welcome to Carnegie's Global Technology Summit. Please give him a warm welcome.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. It's a real pleasure to be here. Nice pictures. It's really a great honor and a pleasure to attend the Global Technology Summit and address you on behalf of the government of Israel. I would like to thank the organizers for choosing Israel as a partner country in this significant conference. It is certainly a great honor for us to take part on this impressive Indian initiative, the Global Technology Summit. As you know, I came here from the city of Jerusalem, the capital of Israel and the eternal capital of the Jewish people for 3,000 years. Both of us, the Jewish and the Indian people, are ancient cultures which respect their past and act day by day to secure our future. You know that it is from the Holy Land that the Bible emerged, and ever since the Jewish people returned to its homeland in also a magical story. And we are dealing with innovation, R&D, and discoveries are emerging out of the very unique story of our people. We're trying to influence mankind for the better. The young Jewish state had to settle for the only means which were available at its disposal: Jewish learning, improvisation skills, and aspirations to innovate from absolutely nothing. Our achievements in less than 70 years are not less than a miracle. We can talk about the Copaxone drug in the field of medicine, the Discon key in the field of digital storage, the Iron Dome defense system in the field of national defense, the ways application, solar-powered water heating system, water desalination, solar power, ICQ, the first instant messaging application. In addition to innovations in the fields of agricultures, cherry tomatoes, whatever, a lot. Ladies and gentlemen, leading innovation in science and technology cannot exist in a vacuum. It needs the support of government, private sector, and academia. Only three of them combined work of all three, as I said, can an innovation ecosystem be truly sustainable. The government can only do a lot to promote innovation, and we are doing it in the Ministry of Science. We support the Israelis R&Ds all over. The Ministry of Economic supports startups in Israel, the startups in Israel. So the Ministry of Science, which I am honored to lead, and we must do it, as I said, with the Ministry of Economy and the Ministry of Education. I think that this is the right formula to do it as a governmental support. In addition to intergovernmental cooperation, there must also be an open-minded and ongoing dialogue between all three sectors. As I said, the government and the academia, and of course the free markets. The needs and the requirements of academic institutes, as well as the interests of the private sector, need to be made clear to the government so it can be provided with the tools to shape the next generation of scientists, and we are doing it all over, and I will give you some examples right away. Israel has always considered promotion of innovation and groundbreaking research one of the main methods of maintaining its advantage in a complex and challenging environment. And by doing so, bring humanity all over the world, and with the indifference to religion, race, or nationality, I believe that this is the real innovation. The Ministry of Science and Technology puts also a strong emphasis on bringing science to the Israeli community, and especially to the younger generation. Under my leadership, the ministry has initiated programs that aim to encourage children of all ages to study math and science, a national robotics plan, digital literacy centers that are open to the public 14 years a day, a mentorship program for young female scientists, and science summer programs. This is just a few of these initiatives. It is my policy to make these programs, to bring these programs to every child in Israel, regardless of religion or place or origin. In order to make sure that no child is left behind, our focus is first and foremost on the rural and peripheral areas of Israel. Before being appointed Minister of Science, when I served as a Deputy Minister in the Prime Minister's office, I initiated the extension of the Computer Per Child project. Computer Per Child, in less than 2 years, we provided computers and advanced tablets to more than 17,000 children, of course, whose parents were financially unable to buy them one. That is the way to bridge the digital divide and make sure that the children of the next generation excel over our achievements in this generation. Another fundamental activity that I emphasize as the Minister of Science and Technology in the government of Israel is strengthening our international ties by cooperation and collaboration in the field of science and technology. We implement cooperation agreements with the countries in Europe, Asia, North America. One of the joint programs is with India, of course, and just this year we have agreed on increasing the scope of the joint programs, both in budget as well as in number of projects. Yesterday I met the Indian Minister of Science, and we signed a new DOP, a new Declaration of Principles. I believe that cooperation in research acts for the benefit of all parties and makes people and cultures come together. We are doing it here now in India, and we are doing it all over. The combination of the activities of my ministry together with the activities of the other governmental bodies, as well as of our private sector, which invest in applied industrial research and development, has created the appropriate ecosystem for a sustainable environment for innovation. We are very proud of our achievements, of our scientists, and of the great ideas from the restless curiosity of the younger generation, and that is growing up in Israel today. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to thank you for your invitation, and I hope that we walk and dialogue, continue the dialogue here at the conference will lead many of you to Israel, where you can witness Israeli innovation from up close, and perhaps cooperate with those responsible for this innovation, and who continue to push forward towards uncovering future discoveries. Thank you very much, and I will love, and I think that it will be a very good idea to come to visit in Israel, to see in your own eyes the wonder of the high-tech nation. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Minister, for that interesting speech. We will not have a Q&A session with the Minister, but thanks so much. And if I may request Ambassador Carvon to just say a few words. The first time Israel and Carnegie India are working together. If I can request just say a couple of words as to what all we can think of going forward from Israel perspective, given that you are such a great startup ecosystem. Please come. Ambassador Carvon is the ambassador to India from Israel and also to Sri Lanka.
Thank you very much. I'm very honored to accompany the Minister 2 weeks after our President visited India. And I think if there is a message that Israel is sending to India and India is sending to Israel in the past few years, it's the message of partnership, the message of identifying common areas of joint interest, of two countries so different, yet so similar in their values, in their challenges, and in the solutions. It is always thought that we have a wonderful, and we do have a wonderful defense partnership, and a defense partnership that really benefits each of our both our countries' national security and defense interests. But there is so much more that can and should be done and is being done. And I think that what we heard from the Minister today and what our President heard from Prime Minister Modi a few weeks ago is a large infrastructure and a large basis for doing more. And I cannot exaggerate in saying that India and Israel are embarked in a wonderful journey of partnership with a lot of content. And we have seen it here, and we are going to see it in the future in many areas of common interest. And I want to thank and commend Carnegie for making us a partner country. This has been done for the first time, as mentioned, and I'm sure we will partner also in future endeavors. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ambassador. I'll take the privilege of inviting my director, Dr. C. Raja Mohan, to come on stage, who will also chair the final session. and also say a few words for the minister as I get the panelists on stage. Raja, over to you.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, let me join Shivnath in thanking the minister for being with us and for being the international partner for this first technology summit. Question of technology and cooperation in science and technology has been one of the central themes of India-Israel engagement over the last 25 years. And I think what we're seeing here today is really consolidation of that. And we look forward in the coming years to expand this engagement, because in many of the issues that we've discussed here today, the fourth industrial revolution, or the transformation that is beginning to happen in artificial intelligence, in robotics, in all these areas, I think Israel is going to be an important player. And I think for India, that building on the last 25 years of cooperation in science and technology is going to be quite critical. Therefore, we look forward to sustain this engagement through a whole range of steps. We would also like to say that this summit, what we've done here, is not a one-shot event. We're committed to carrying this dialogue between Delhi and Bangalore on a regular basis of discussing technology issues and of getting the technology and the policy communities together. And within that, I think as we get deeper into some of these issues, we look forward to more intensive, more substantive collaboration and engagement with the Israeli policy community and the Israeli technological community. So let me, once again, please join me in thanking the Israeli minister for being with us here today. May I now invite the last panel to join us on the, we have Dr. Ashley Tellis, Mr. Vijay Chandru, Dr. Chandru. Thank you all for being with us. This is the last session, so we really congratulate all of you for being patient and for being engaged, such an engaged audience today. So the last session, we not designed it as a wrap-up session, but I think to bring together some broader themes in relationship to how does India, as it builds on this new technological revolution, what should be the nature of its strategy towards the outside world. The session is called the India's transition from isolation to international partnerships. As you all know, in the 70s, there was a moment when India pulled out from the world and cut itself off from the expansive relationship that it had before. For example, we threw out the IBM from India. I mean, that kind of summarizes the kind of things we were trying to do in the 1970s. That's when people like me, we were still young. And the idea that, look, we don't need advanced technology companies, and that India could do things on its own. It can do through self-reliance. That idea, that I think it had its costs, but I think it went through a political phase of India, in the name of self-reliance, actually deglobalizing, deassociating with the historic relationships that it had built. And meanwhile, the rest of the world, I mean, was just merely reinforcing India's choice by actually imposing sanctions, mainly technology-related sanctions on India. So both from the supply side and the demand side, it seemed both were quite happy to be pulled apart. By choice, India, and because of the nuclear tests in 1974, the outside world was doing exactly the same. It's really after 1991 when India embarked on the path of economic liberalization and globalization, we went back to the path of reconnecting to the world, of re-globalizing India, of rebuilding the technology partnerships that we've had with the outside world. And that's not been an easy process, and it's been a fairly time-consuming, exhausting effort by India in the last many years to lift all the existing international technology sanctions against India. And in the process, that we're quite close to it now, but that's one of the themes we're going to discuss. But we also had problems in terms of the nature of India's internal organization on intellectual property rights, etc., and how that relates to how the rest of the world was beginning to view these things. So therefore, we had a conflict in terms of how do you view intellectual property. And that's been another set of problems that we had encountered. It came through the trading mechanism. It came through pressures from the industrial groups. So that was the second layer of conflict. Meanwhile, the Indian political class had to rethink many of the assumptions of how do you relate to the world? What is your strategy? While a large country like India must build its own capabilities, does it do by shutting itself off, or does it through partnerships? So I think these are the three sets of issues we're going to discuss today, and I think we have three very eminent panelists here. We have Ashley Tellis. I'm going to start with him. So Ashley, you've been at the center of this engagement between India and the US for the last almost 2 decades, at least since India's nuclear test, of how does India, to see what are the terms in which India could get out of these sanctions and how it could relate to the rest of the world. So maybe you could tell us something about that experience, as well as where do you see India going as it gets into real possibilities for partnerships now?
Thank you, Raja. Can you hear me? Sorry, I'm technologically challenged in the technology forum. But thank you, Raja. Thank you for inviting me to speak to this question. The most important thing that I think one learned from the experience of the last 20 years is that the change in attitudes in the international community, especially in the United States, towards India, came about because India evolved in its capacities and became a nation that was a success story. And India that was not a success story would simply not have incurred the attention of the United States, and certainly not the favors of the United States. So the first rule going forward, in my view, is that India must continue to be a success story. And the way to do that is to pursue the right things at home. It may seem ironic that when we are talking about the international environment, we come immediately back to domestic politics. But that's the nature of the political universe. If you don't do things right at home, your successes abroad will be completely ephemeral. And so what India has begun to do since the early 1990s are things that really need to be accelerated and sustained. And we are at that moment in history where you have yet another Indian Prime Minister who is deeply dedicated to consolidating the success and expanding it to sections of society that have not participated in it before. And so that would be rule number one. Do the right things at home and do it for the largest number of the Indian people, because that's really what underwrites India's heft in international politics. The second point I would make is India should pay special attention and make special investments in protecting the liberal order. Now, this is a difficult thing for us to say at this juncture in history, because you can see the movements in Europe, you can see the movements in the United States, where there are great temptations to walk back from the liberal order. The reason I think it is important for India to protect the liberal order is twofold. First, because India is deeply a liberal society, and it should not apologize for being so. It's really what has kept India together in the last 60-odd years. And it's really the ticket to India's success going forward. But there has to be a special effort made in this regard, because the temptation is to think of success too narrowly and in too nationalistic terms. The core of the liberal project was asking the question, how do individuals matter? how do social policies affect individuals, and what are the best outcomes of social policy for individuals. And so if India continues to ask itself the question, what is good in terms of the impact for the average Indian citizen, it will be moved in the direction of protecting the liberal order as it stands. So I would urge you at a moment when it is unfashionable to be liberal politically and economically, that India should make special effort in not closing doors to the world, but walking with great enthusiasm to the doors that have been opened. The third point that I want to make very briefly, and this is again another irony, that in an information age that we are in, the dissemination of information is still quite costly. And you can see that in terms of the relationship between citizens and the state. There are large numbers of information asymmetries today that affect the government of India's ability to make sound policy. And part of it is because there are so many things happening in India, news of which sort of travels very slowly to Delhi. And so part of doing the right thing must be that Indian society, Indian citizens, Indian interest groups, Indian NGOs make a special effort to reach out to the government and educate government about realities that it may be only dimly aware of. Because good policy making ultimately involves free flows of information, but information itself is not free. It is a costly resource, and we forget that because it takes time to find information, it takes time to process it, it takes time to disseminate it. So the kind of efforts that this forum really seeks to exemplify is to bring together different constituencies to educate the Indian government about the nature of public policy making both within the country and abroad. And that is the kind of effort that I think we all need to make a very special effort to sustain, because our policies are going to be only as good as the information that reaches our leaders. So I'm going to stop for the moment on that note and be happy to take
one word on India-US cooperation, and because it's not just about bilaterally, it's about lifting the whole set of international regime and the sanctions. So where do you see that?
I think the door is opened for the first time to do that collaboratively for two reasons. First, because the United States is at this moment in history where it is either unwilling or increasingly unable to bear the burdens of maintaining the global regime independently, which means that we are going to be in the business of looking for allies. And particularly for a developing country like India, whose success depends very much on the openness of the global system to Indian ideas, the access that India will enjoy to resources, et cetera, et cetera. That makes India a perfect partner for the United States. Now, we have traditional allies who have done that, but the more allies, the larger the coalition that we can create in support of this openness, the better it is. And India is, to my mind, a special prize, precisely because it is a non-Western society, precisely because it is a developing country, and yet a country that shares many things in common with the best inheritance of the West. And so I think we are really at that moment in history where if we play our cards right, we could lay the foundations for a genuine partnership between the United States and India, but more largely between India and all other like-minded countries who value the liberal project because of its benefits, both instrumentally and in itself.
It's now a special pleasure to invite Dr. Wolf Peterson. He's a professor of law and also the director of Center for Research on Intellectual Property at the University of Gothenburg. Now, many of us did not hear about intellectual property till there's something called the Dunkel Draft, where the question of how the pharma sector was going to be regulated created such a storm of protests in India from the left liberal sections, asking essentially, is it being binding India? Since then, it's become a very explosive political issue, but not enough light in terms of the technological complexity or how India can turn this debate to its own advantage. And more interestingly, as India creates intellectual property, how does it deal with this regime? Does it shape the regime, or does it stick with the traditional habit of merely opposing what is being decided by the others? I think you are so well placed to reflect on this, given your perspective, both comparative sense as well as your research on India.
First, thank you very much for being here. It's been most interesting 2 days, I must say. First, I should say I'm not expert on the situation in India at all, actually. My focus is very much on how you can focus on intellectual property in relation to, in different ways, promote wealth creation, but also welfare creation. And being listening to these 2 days, the topic that I really would like to address for me is the science relation to innovation, how it works, right? And for me, that is a good starting point, having this kind of discussion, because science, to its nature, is very global. If you're going to be engaged in science, you have to be connected to the world. You have to be engaged with a researcher all over the world, and you have to have access to their knowledge and share knowledge. That is the nature of science. So taking that kind of infrastructure as a starting point, how are we going to deal with the issues in relation to innovation? What should be the role of public research organization? How should we think when it comes to that? And that is something that in Europe has been a huge issue. How should we build up the capacity to have innovation system based on the universities, the public research organizations? How is that going to look like? And how are we also going to build up, so to say, increasingly strategic areas where European industry becomes strong and we position ourselves where research is closely connected to the industries and SMEs and other stakeholders. So this in turn have, of course, a little bit also challenged how are we going to think about relating to the field of intellectual property in this. And I think that is a good starting point to discuss intellectual property issues. And me and my colleagues have digged in quite a lot to this. What kind of different models thinking about intellectual property, not from the interest of industry, but interest from the society. And that is, from our point of view, also related to what kind of model do we want the universities and the public research organization to take when it comes to innovation and utilization. The classical approach, which I think is very important to underline, which we could also see as the base when it comes to universities and public research organizations, is that the thinking is that the universities should, as much as possible, make research results public available by putting it into public domain. So the thinking is that we will do research, we publish it, we make it available, we make sure that the full mankind has access to it as much as possible. We educate around it. And of course, I would say that more or less all academic institutions around the world will see that as a foundational model. In Europe, specifically after the Second World War, from a Northern European perspective that I come from, increasingly universities and public research organizations have had a role to specifically relate to applied research to support specific interests, industry interests specifically, but also other societal interests. And here the role of the public research organizations was increasingly we have to create research results that could be used in society. That would mean that we have to start to create different kind of organizational structures around that. We created tech transfer organization in some countries. We build up this contract research, different kind of collaborative research, as a way of thinking where we offered the stakeholders in society the right to intellectual property to build innovation. And I think most universities around the world are familiar with that kind of thinking. But increasingly, and this has also been discussed during this conference very much, we see a need that we have to go beyond that. We need to create innovations. We need to create startups. We need to create projects, social innovations. So suddenly we start to discuss the importance of incubators, different kind of, if you want, entrepreneurship schools, entrepreneurship activities, where the thinking is much more that now we gather the intellectual property in relation to science to let individuals drive it, or groups to drive it, or students to drive it, to make sure that we take the research results to a more, if you want, commercial or in other way, social welfare way of thinking. So if you start looking upon this, like from my point of view, I start to think about where is India in this? How much are you still back and say we have to make sure that we so to say, take care of the foundational role of the university and peer groups. We are primarily focusing on science to make sure that it's published and available to mankind. How much do you work with strategic research in relation to societal challenges? working closely with industry? How much is that targeted? To what extent are we building this kind of innovation hubs related to the universities in form of science park, et cetera, et cetera? And I've listened to in these 2 days that this is obviously a topic. But then I want to add on a fourth layer when it comes to this, which makes intellectual property even more critical and which is directly related to the issues that we discuss here, is when we start to digitize. We build up databases, we build up data gathered in different, we start to build software, we start to build consortia where we gather knowledge and data jointly. Suddenly, we are moving up to a fourth layer where increasingly we are building platforms, which has been discussed, where universities, industries, stakeholders are part of that. And that is a new logic where it requires that all of these relationships needs to be managed through intellectual property management in different ways. And here, this is something that has been discussed quite a lot, right? So in the early days, if I go back 20 years or so in this discussion, we was more or less always thinking in terms of pushing out. How can we make sure that we can make the science created and the research generated, so to say, offered to society? How can we push it out? And in different way, how should we utilize the research results? Increasingly in this discussion, which I also can see it's same here, we think in terms of which are the fundamentals of societal challenges where the universities, PROs have to actually engage, partake. And then if you take that to the next level, then okay, but where are we actually going to build up strong, collaborative, national and perhaps also international structures? And I have had the role to be, first I was involved in something called Innovative Medicine for Europe, where Europe invested about 40 billion euros to create a joint platform. And the question, how are we going to build up that kind of platform to support industry, but also healthcare and universities? How is that going to be built? How much is going to be Europe? How much is going to be global? And right now I'm involved in where we create something called the Horizon 2020 programs in Europe, where we want to make sure that we build strategic areas where European industry together with SMEs and stakeholders should target resources. And we are discussing specifically, in the case that we are involved, the role of graphene as a research field. And suddenly you start to see that these are strategic areas for research science, but also for innovation. And you can start to see a development where industry, but also university, they like invest and say, okay, we want to see that we become really strong here. And that could also include that you start to patent, you start to build up resources, you position the firms, but also the universities in building up strong, so if you want, clusters. And of course, coming from Europe, we tend to think in a European way, right? We are struggling, of course, we are not so unified. But then to a large extent, we are very much, as I see it, directly relating to what goes on in US primarily, but increasingly also in China, but increasingly also in India. And from my point of view, it's very interesting to discuss how is India going to use their science effort, building up the models for how to utilize research. How are you going to see to build up strong areas? Where do you want to position yourself on the global science and innovation arenas of the world? And I think India has a really crucial role here, because this is directly linked to how we think about entrepreneurship, how we think about where we should have strong, so to say, knowledge-based business development. And I also think that India has a really crucial role to set up the international scene for how this is going to look like. So every time I've been here, I've been very much, so to say, impressed by the entrepreneurial spirit, the will to try to find new ways to solve issues. So I'm very interested to see how this is going to evolve, the development of how dealing with science in relation to the innovation issues. And I think it's a very important area.
I just wanted to question to you. I think traditionally we've been in this defensive mode, that the world is trying to deny us technologies. In some senses, what we've done politically and diplomatically is to resolve that stalemate that we've had with the international system on technologies. But today, as you see here in Bangalore, the level and the volumes of intellectual production goes up. what specifically would you suggest in terms of how should India shape the international regimes in relation to intellectual property? And
no, this is of course very difficult for me to say, right? But once again, I have not been that much in India, but every time I'm here, I'm very much impressed how sharp the students are, how sharp the professors are, how engaged the community is. So my point of view is that not when you discuss intellectual property, which was discussed before as well, I hear that most people start to think about patents, right? You think about patents and the issues about patents. My view would be, instead of thinking, but perhaps they should start off and thinking in terms of the research results as ideas, or that possibly could be inventions, that could be content, that we can control, that could be databases. Instead of focusing on the patent, let's focus on the patentable invention. Instead of focusing on the copyright, let's focus on the databases, the software, and artistic work. And my view would be start to think in terms of how are we going to build the infrastructure in relation to dealing with the intellectual assets. And my view is, here in Bangalore, obviously we have to build on all layers. It's a question about, of course, as a foundation, make sure that being part of the scientific community, make sure publish, be part of the public domain, make sure that science is state of the art, make sure that we connect it to the global knowledge field, which I think is already there. But also related to, but how can we continue building that in a similar way or in another way that Europe and US doing when it comes to making applicable research results, building up innovation processes that is very knowledge intensive, and also build up this kind of strategic platforms. And that was said in this IP panel, it will be different depending on which technology field we're in.
Thank you. It's my special privilege, I think, to call Dr. Vijay Chandru. He's the head of the BJP Foreign Policy Cell. He's not just a politician, he's a PhD in microbiology. So I think it really represents a new generation that is getting into politics, and I think have a huge historic opportunity. I think today, the new generation of leaders who are better educated and who have a sense to shape the kind of engagement that we have with the world. So many thanks for joining us and giving us a political perspective from the ruling party in terms of how you see, in relation to technology, India's international engagement.
I think historically, we had 3 or 4 inhibitions to develop innovation ecosystem, and some of it was discussed by previous panel, especially the IIT professor Madhu. One is definitely fear of failure, our in general culture of being conformist, and also non-availability of risk capital. So I would put these 3 as the major constraint. Therefore, the entire ecosystem where mentorship of the startup, etc., is very valuable. That was not developed for a long period of time. And it was diagnosed, so many things have happened at a government level also, even before our government has come. For example, the classic case study is of BIRAC, Biotechnology Industry Research Collaboration something, which is a Section 25 company under Department of Biotechnology. It was mentioned in one of the presentations. It has a huge success story of developing ecosystem in the biotech sector, where they have started putting the seed grants until the prototype is developed, and even the multi-crore grants and loan combinations if there is some success at certain stage. And a lot of startups have been nurtured and come to success because of the BIRAC efforts. So also there were esoteric excellent success stories in spite of such a big rigid environment. The success of ISRO satellites, for example, or Param computer happened during all these era of restrictions and out of compulsions because the technology was not available to us. So it's a mixed bag. What has happened now is that in last 2 years, especially Prime Minister Modi's visit to Silicon Valley, there is a concerted effort to nurture startup ecosystem at a policy level. And that is what let me describe in a couple of minutes. If you read the startup action plan, which is essentially for the startup and MSME sector, I always give one example, and which is very important in this context. Because I come from the drug discovery background, there is a small startup initiated by one of my friends in Gurgaon, They sold all their personal wealth to initiate it. And they were working on a very high-end anti-cancer therapy, which they succeeded up to a point. When they published, the first patent got published, a lot of multinationals, they jumped over them and saying that we are willing to partner with you, provided you bring your knowledge and data from point A to point B. And they require 5 crores of capital those days. I'm talking about not very long, so just 3-4 years back. And they didn't have any mechanism to raise that capital because it was always considered by even Indian VC industry as a too high risk proposition. And they virtually went into the gray market and got the capital with a very horrendous interest rate you cannot even think of. But they were convinced. They reached point A to point B. And Roche was first to approach them, so Roche signed a deal with them with a total deal value of more than 600 million US and with 35 million USD as a upfront payment. Great success story. What happened next day? As soon as the check was deposited in the bank, they had to pay 30% capital gains as per the income tax rules. So when they wanted a funding, there was no one in the system to give a funding, but the tax guy was waiting for him to deposit a check. So this is a systemic issue, and therefore this government for the first time has said in the last budget that if the IP is generated in India, owned by Indian and is encashed, the capital gains will be only 10%. So which is very substantial encouragement in the pure encash. And there are so many other things. Therefore, I would request you to go through the Startup Action Plan, which is published by the government. There are so many good things are there. But that is just a beginning. I am not at all satisfied with the pace it is happening. The constraints is at a various stage. For example, in the same Startup Action Plan, Mr. Bansal, who was Flipkart owner, was asked that, will you list Flipkart in India? Many of you might be aware that Flipkart is actually registered in Singapore, not in India, even though it is a majority Indian-owned company. Because again, the ecosystem doesn't allow to have such a large amount of capital inflow to come in a very rapid speed if your company is registered in India. So that means we have still significant structural constraint. And he said that time also, I don't know if he has changed his mind now, that no, we most probably won't list Flipkart in India. So these are some of the high-level constraints still very much existent. And even at a lower level, that our education system doesn't allow to make the experiment, wet our hands and see to it how the innovation works. A small beginning will happen very soon when Atal Innovation Mission, which is now kind of an umbrella body set up by Government of India to accelerate all the innovation-related issues, which I am also a member of in their committee.
Little more on
this. Yeah. This Atal Innovation Mission is not actually a funding agency, but it is an umbrella body under Niti Aayog, which is headed by right now Mr. Pangri and led by Mr. Amitabh Kant. They have a mission of coordinating all the innovation-related policy efforts as well as funding efforts. It's a big goal, so they have started a small beginning. They will be announcing close to 300 tinkering labs at a school level, where they will provide a small grant to the schools and allow students to do whatever crazy ideas they have, school students of 8th and 9th standards and 10th standards. And that will actually inculcate some culture of doing something which out of syllabus, out of box. The next level would be, which will come in next few months, is that Atal Innovation Mission will fund close to 100 incubators across India. That is something will also inculcate second level of innovation in India. And even existing incubators also can be part of this, but even new incubators, colleges, universities, if they want to set up, the Atal Mission will give a significant funding. So at a government level, this is happening. And then therefore, the issue was that unless we come out with some of these constraints within the system, there is no point in approaching outside. Because they will always ask. In the Silicon Valley people, many of them of Indian origin, they came to India to interact with the Indian officials, including Prime Minister. They ask these questions that, okay, we are willing to interact, but these are the things which you need to change. And government has responded to many of them in the action plan, and therefore you will see that when the action plan was announced, a large delegation from US, especially from Silicon Valley and the TIE, they actually participated in the discussions. And so it is happening at a very niche level, but I guess the things are moving in a much positive direction. What is required is also the level of university system to absorb this and to reduce the bureaucracy, especially at the university and institute level. Then only this speed can be accelerated. I guess that is all I would like to say at this stage.
Just one question. When you talked about the new efforts at promoting innovation at home, but how do you relate it to the external world? Is there, I think we had a fairly dynamic foreign policy. But how does that get translated into your sector that you talked about?
I think now the very fact that this symposium was sponsored by Ministry of External Affairs shows that there are people in that ministry who are taking the technology at a new level, and especially interaction. For example, our ambassador in Switzerland, Smita Purushottam, she is very keen that there should be high-tech industry of the Switzerland should partner with India, and she is doing a lot of efforts in that direction. US also, a lot of efforts are happening, but they are still at a country-specific and depends largely on the local person in the embassy or consulate, how much proactive he is. And we need to make some more efforts to put it as a part of the system within our foreign policy.
Just one last question before I open up to the floor. One of the emphasis of the Modi government has been on reaching out to the diaspora, especially the entrepreneurs outside. I mean, especially in the US, in many parts of the Western world, where large numbers of Indians working in the industrial sector, entrepreneurs in a range of areas. So are the two connected in terms of the emphasis on innovation as well as how to relate to the diaspora outreach?
I think diaspora outreach, the first part is definitely the emotional connect, and that has been fairly successful. Now it has to be translated into a specific project. One can be innovation, other can be direct investment into manufacturing sector, third can be participation in the social program like Swachh Bharat and Clean Ganga and toilet building. So I would say that right now on a social sector, a lot of things are happening. On the manufacturing, there is a hard, tangible result. That is also a lot of things happening. In the case of innovation, we need to charter a long way.
Thank you. I think we had three very interesting presentations. The floor is open for questions, and I think we have sufficient time for this. Please introduce yourself.
Good evening. My name is Dr. Kausta Bhattacharya. Thank you all for the very impressive presentation. My question is for the professor in law. You had talked about science being international. And recently I was reading about the scientific collaborations in 1920s and 30s between Indian and German scientists. And one of the driving force was to challenge the dominant narrative, which was the particle physics, or in psychoanalysis, one of the avant-garde fields which are coming up offered new spaces of cooperation. Now, I have more in a question in form of a comment. Today, we have enough fields which are challenging the dominant narrative, like sustainability, non-fossil fuel-based. But is it the constant drive of science towards commerce which thwarts that cooperation which didn't exist in 20s and 30s? Because every scientific idea needs to be funded and translated into a tangible commercial product. Thank you.
Yeah, this is a very difficult question. But I think it's important to, which is a little bit underneath your question, as I interpreted, is that discussing what I, so to say, put on the table, the way that science and innovation evolved, it put quite a big strain on the researchers. Because you can on one hand say that it's a question about how government should enable and promote universities and PROs to deal with research and innovation. You can say it's about how the organization as such should be able to deal with this transformation where we don't only do the basic research, we do applied research, we are involved in innovation, and we are part of this kind of strategic developments. But it's also related to the individual researcher. So if you are part of a strong research group nowadays that are doing a lot of important scientific work, on the one hand, you're supposed to make sure that your research result is part of the public domain and published. On the other hand, you will most likely work with specific strategic stakeholders where you're dealing with concrete societal challenges, where they expect that your research results should be applicable for them. Increasingly, there's a push on the research group that they should be enabled to start innovation projects, to spin out, create startups, to be able to commercialize, possibly build up patent portfolios, or at least have the capacity to drive. And more than that, we are supposed to include research results in databases, Creative Commons, open source. And this requires a lot of management skills to be able to have that to develop. So of course you can say, yeah, I see a lot of issues here. There is a risk for corruption, there is a risk for conflict of interest. But at the same time, this is directly related to how we want to see knowledge society going to evolve. So I think it's very important that we take these issues and say, yeah, these are critical issues that governments need to be able to enable the organizations to deal with, but also where we have the bottom-up process where the researchers, but also the incubators and those who are in start have the capacity to see that this is a global development. If Sweden is a small country, if we create the startup in this sphere, we don't create the startup for Sweden. From the starting point, everything, the scientific project is international, the startup is international. If we're going to do some kind of collaborative, it has to be international because Sweden is necessary because that's the kind of the nature of the field.
Thank you. Sir.
I'm Radhakrishnan from DRDO. I have been listening to Mr. Tellis in a number of forums, especially when it comes to that Global Technology Summit. So I need to ask you, you have been championing that improving the relationship, closing the gap between India and US in the technology front. Number of issues which keep discussing in various forums. In technology, we talk about sanctions, we talk about Vasana, we talk about MTCR, many things we have been talking about that one. Now, all these things are behind our back now. So many things have happened. So today the government is willing to engage with the US in a much different level now. Now, even if you look at the Defense Technology Trade Initiative, it's a good initiative. But I think it is not a great initiative because we found a very simple technologies which have been taken as a pathfinder. Don't you think that the time has come? The ecosystem is the perfect time. And the government is also the level, the relationship is in the peak. Can't we take us something which is more robust, more important technologies like gas turbine engine technology, which we've been talking about, nothing is happening. Something of that nature, which you can demonstrate the relationship has really transformed, totally different from what it used to be that few years back.
Thank you for that. Thank you for those remarks. There are two specific issues that we need to engage if we are to get to that level of cooperation. And let me explain it by way of a historical example. Until the end of the Cold War, much of the advanced research and development capabilities in the US were capabilities that were vested in the US government. And therefore, the US government could make unilateral or ex parte decisions to transfer those technologies to whomever it liked. We did it mostly for our allies, but now in principle, we could have done it for India. What has changed after the Cold War is that cutting edge defense technologies no longer rest with the US government, but in the hands of private entities and private corporations that are creating the technology, very often with taxpayer funds. Now, if that is the new trend, then it becomes very difficult for the US government to sort of exercise eminent domain and tell those private entities that hold the IPR to simply transfer that IPR to India, even if the US government desires that transfer to happen. So there is a private-public disconnect in the United States, which simply cannot be overcome no matter what the government wants to do. So that is a new reality that we simply have to accept. Second, there are many things that we can do with India, and I think part of that will involve not simply official engagements, so for example, DoD with DRDO, but increasingly US private companies with their private Indian counterparts. And so one way to think of technology transfer in the future is to think of it as a two-track process. One that will happen at the purely official level, and my own suspicion is that that channel will actually result in very modest transfers of technology. But a second channel, which would be private entity in the US in combination with private entities in India, where bilateral transfers of technology will take place simply driven by profit motives, where US companies basically say it is in their self-interest to work with an Indian entity that can duplicate the technology, that can commercialize it, that can produce it much cheaper than it would be to do in the US. I think it is that channel that will be much more productive when it comes to the expansion of defense cooperation than what will happen at the official level. I think what we need to do at the official level is something different. What we need to do is to look at our own regulations, our own licensing, and our own policy inhibitions with respect to transferring technologies to India. We need to fix those problems essentially by signing pieces of paper within the US government. And after those pieces of paper are signed, then I think we really need to leave it up to defense entities in the United States, which for most part are private entities, to work with their Indian counterparts and take the process forward.
So you're saying basically the government should facilitate it, then the market should create, the conditions. If the government creates the conditions, then you'll have actually and in fact already there is quite a bit that goes on here between Bangalore and many US companies.
I mean, there is a very simple reality. I just want to end this point on this. The US government simply does not own the IPRs to the best defense technology that exists in the United States. What the US government can do is control the dissemination of those technologies, but the IPRs are essentially held by private entities, which means that unless the private entity sees it from the point of view of its profitability, the transfer of that IPR will simply not happen.
So, my name is Sanjay Shukla. This question is for Dr. Vijay.
Where are you from?
I'm from education startup called Mulescence. So recently, 2 weeks back, you talked about startup action plan, and 2 weeks back, TiE Bangalore had a session on startup action plan, and there was a lawyer had come, and then a lot of startups were there. A lot of good incentives, definitely. But a general feeling in that session was that the way the startup registration process is there and the qualification process is there, about 70 to 80% of the startups cannot qualify for that. They're genuine startup. For some feedback for you, and one of the example I will just give you. I think there is one criteria is that you need to have go qualified through the incubation process and incubators, and those incubators should be registered with the government of India. So I was told in that session that, for example, IMB incubator NSRCL also is not registered. So any startup coming from there also cannot register as a startup. So I think some of those roadblocks, if you can remove it as a feedback, it will be great.
Thank you. There is. Yeah, it's a good point. It's an evolving process. I'm sure there are 100 more such hurdles and issues we need to overcome before we have a very mature ecosystem.
Yeah, one at the back.
Thank you. This is for Mr. Vijay. I'm Professor Munir Khosrow. I represent a think tank, Institute for Policy Advocacy Governance, Bangladesh. I noted with interest that in the ruling party, you have been the section you look into has both foreign policy dimension and also something that says like innovation mission. So it would be safe to assume that the current party looks at those two dimensions very closely. Now, having said that, one of the things is, as India and China have the two rising powers in Asia, and each in its own way spreading its sphere of influence, what would be Indian government's strategy in terms of, we know that India already has a soft power, which is much more stronger than many of the hard power that China has. In addition to soft power, would technology be one of the means through which India would try to propel its positive influence? Particularly, we know India has been driving South-South cooperation, has been on the lead on BIMSTEC. So would it be fair for other countries to expect, compared to what has happened, the TRIPS agreement, where many developing countries felt it was sort of pushed down their throat, and starting from essential drugs, many people have suffered. What kind of strategic dimension would Indian government bring in, and how that would be different than what we have seen in the past? Thank you.
I think it's more a foreign policy question. We can discuss it later on. But still saying that...
I'm saying how much technology would be a driving force in your foreign policy, because you're holding a position which has both.
Repeatedly that is, it's technology, trade, economics are going to be the driving force as much as defense and national security and cyber crime and cyber security. So there is, you cannot now bifurcate all these things. There has to be all integrated approach. As far as China is concerned, we know that we have to say complex relationship, and it will continue to be like that in the near future.
I think that's a good note. I think it's generally when we talked about technology diplomacy and international partnerships, generally we tended to look at the bigger powers. What do we get from the US? What do we get from the French? Or what do we get from somebody else? But I think the question you raised, what do we give to other countries that are our peers, our neighbors, because of the tradition of South-South thing you mentioned, that India has that role as well, that what can India do for smaller countries? How can it use its existing capabilities to link to, and I think one example recently we've seen is the so-called South Asia satellite, and that Prime Minister Modi had proposed that India would launch a satellite for its neighboring countries. So I think that's a beginning, but I would think there's a long way to go. But my sense is that as India becomes, its economy becomes bigger, its parts of its economy, like here in Bangalore, that produce capacities that can help others, then I think we'll begin to look at that. But my sense is that, especially in the neighborhood, that India's neighborhood first strategy would relate that to the domestic capabilities that are emerging. So I think that's a good note on which to end this session. So please join me in thanking our three panelists for giving us this. So now there's only one last show to be done, and I think Shivnath is going.
Can I call RK on stage? RK, we'll just make it very quick. I think not just the guests, who I'm sure we are also all exhausted. So, Raja, why don't you keep sitting? Or you want to, why don't you keep sitting and we can do the mic? Thanks.
Thank you.
So this is just to, RK, why don't you go sit there? It's easier. Go sit there.
Visible, okay.
I think people are tired of listening to me now, so I don't have much to say, but the concluding session was meant to kind of wrap up as to what we are going to be doing and how we are planning to do it and why did we do what we did. I'll leave Raja and RK to do a very brief commentary, but I just want to thank once again all of you and all the audience that joined us on Facebook, on our web stream, and over the last 2 days. I'm told that we packed in a lot, and I guess that is also one learning maybe we shouldn't have, but I think we enjoyed it a lot. It was intense, and I know I didn't give you enough time to eat your food, but the idea was to get the discussions very, very close to each other so that we could absorb as much. We don't get an opportunity to get this audience together, but just to officially thank all our sponsors, all our supporters, Economic Diplomacy Division of the Ministry of External Affairs, Government of Karnataka. We have our summit partners with Flipkart, Ola, Intel, session partners, Target, Volvo, and Dell EMC, and of course our media partners. But that's my spiel, but of course, and Israel being a partner country. So we will continue to seek their support, but I think if Raja had not prompted us right at the start that this is an opportunity where a think tank hasn't done much work, this wouldn't have happened. So I have to thank Raja actually for asking us to do that, and of course, R.K. Mishra, who is going to continue to be the flag bearer here in Bangalore for us. And while Mohan and, I don't know whether Mohan is still here, but Mohan and Kiran have gone, but they continue to be the guiding light. So it's over to the two of you. I have absolved myself.
So I think the feedback which I've been getting, first of all, I think must thank this bunch of people who stayed till the very end. I know after 2 days of exhausting session, and we really wanted to keep it different. Many a times we do very deep dives in technology. Actually, Bangalore is known for that. And even in technology, it is no longer a horizontal thing. It's vertical. I mean, you talk about computing, it'll be all computing, and you'll be like e-commerce, okay, only e-commerce. What was missing, and of course, a lot of policy happens in Delhi. A lot of think tanks sitting in Delhi usually talk about geostrategy.